All right, we are back for another episode. It is currently 10:32 p.m. And of course, today's date is the 17th of June 2025. Thank you for tuning into the live show. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, God bless y'all. God bless the United States. This is the greatest land on earth. And we are glad to be here. God is good. All right, with that being said, Trump responds. All right, Trump responds. That is what we're looking at today. A lot is going on, especially with definitely the United States. Of course, we see No Kings protest. That is by the way, but it's still going on. We see Iran and Israel, but the commander in chief, the 45th, now the 47th president of the United States, has been posting a lot on Truth Social and has been saying a lot. Okay, so we're going to check some of those things out. We're going to check out some of these mainstream media updates, and then we're going to talk about what we think is going on and what our opinions are. So in the chat section, be nice, all right? Be nice because of YouTube algorithm. Be nice, all right? We don't really block people, but you might be blocked if you do what you're not supposed to do, which is using too much curse words and all that stuff. All right, with that being said, all right, here we go.
Retired U.S. Army Brigadier General Steve Anderson is at the Magic Wall to break down the military implications. General, what assets does the United States have in the Middle East right now?
Well, thank you, Laura. It's great to be here with you. Right now, we've got a couple of carrier battle groups that are inbound to the Mediterranean. We've got the Nimitz, and then we've got the Carl Vinson that's on site as well. There are 2 destroyers, my understanding, within range to be able to support Israel right now. Of course, we also got 46,000 troops scattered on 9 different installations all over the Middle East. The Al Udeid Air Base is probably the most significant. There's quite a number of F-16s, F-35s that can fly out of there. And there's also aerial refuel. We've been talking about using B-2 bombers out of Diego Garcia to perhaps deliver this GBU-57. It's probably so far away, 3,500 miles, that it would need some aerial refueling assets. So we've got those assets available in the theater. We've got everything I think the Israelis will get lots of support if President Trump wants to provide it from these carrier battle groups and the assets that are already in the area.
Well, you have the assets, and let's talk capability here, because one of Iran's nuclear sites is buried deep underground in a mountainside. The U.S. does have the capacity of reaching it with bunker busters. Describe how that would work.
Well, this is probably the most capable conventional munition in the world, the GBU-57. It can penetrate up to 200 feet of hardened facilities. The problem in Fordo is that some of the facilities, I understand, and some of the centrifuges may be as deep as 300 feet. But nevertheless, this is a massive bomb. It delivers about 5,000 pounds of explosives, a 30,000 pound. And there's only one asset really in the world, the B-2 bomber, that can deliver this. And as I mentioned, it's about 3,500 miles away. But this is an incredible munition. I had them in Afghanistan. We used it a couple of times. It's very, very effective. But the question is, can it penetrate deep enough to really get at all the centrifuges? I submit that we would probably have to have at least a half dozen of these things that we'd have to put on site at Fordo to really have the effect that we want.
Well, meanwhile, Israel is saying that it's flying unimpeded over the skies of Iran, that Iran's military has been degraded by the strikes. We know about the U.S. capabilities. What are the capabilities of Israel's military and also Iran's now?
Well, I would say Israel's got the upper hand, without a doubt. They've got total air superiority over Tehran right now, over all of Iran. They've demonstrated that. They've also have intelligence dominance, which is absolutely critical in this fight. So, I mean, there's no way that the Iranian military can match the Israeli military. In fact, they do have some assets, some F-14s, MiG-29s and whatnot, But the only thing they're really able to use right now is the Shahab 3 and the guided missiles. They've got perhaps 2,000 or so guided munitions, ballistic missiles that they could fire at Israel. But a lot of the launching sites have been taken out by the Israelis, again, due to their air superiority. So it's really not a fair fight at this point. Israel's got the upper hand, and they are seeking to take advantage of that.
Do they actually need the United States' help then?
They do if they want to take out Fordo. If they want to have, because the United States is the only country in the world that can provide that deep penetrating GBU-57 capability, and the B-2 bomber that can deliver that capability. So yes, they would need the United States to do that. If they didn't have the United States, the only other way they could do that, they'd have to do some kind of a ground attack, believe it or not. I mean, some kind of a special operations where they'd have to secure the area and send guys with bombs into these tunnels to blow everything up in there. That can be done. I would not underestimate the Israelis and their capability to do that. Now, of course, invading another country, putting boots on the ground in Iran would be a major escalation in the war and would probably outrage the entire Arab community. But they could potentially do that.
Retired Brigadier.
So here we go. It's looking like it's either the United States goes in there and use their air power to take out the facility, or Israel does it themselves. But let's see how this plays out.
In an interview with The Atlantic, Trump hit back at some of these critics, saying he is the one who came up with America First in the first place, so he gets to decide what it means. Okay. This is, I mean, we were just talking about peace, right? Like Trump, it feels like he's a little bit at war with himself, because he said all the time, I mean, he wants to be known as the peacemaker, the deal maker, the guy who ends wars. And yet here he finds himself defending another war.
Well, I don't think Trump's defending the war. Trump's defending Israel's actions, and within a week or two, he's going to try to find an off-ramp to bring it to peace. And as for Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon, they do not define what the MAGA or the conservative base is. There's two idiot conspiracy theorists. The base, the MAGA base, the conservative base, believe me, they're all behind Trump, and that's it. He's the one that calls the shots on what kind of defines that MAGA base. And he's not trying to get us into a war. He's trying to get us out of that war. And yes, and he understands the political ramifications if it goes too long, if it doesn't work out. So that's why I think he's back in D.C. doing everything they can to kind of cut a deal to end this within a couple of weeks.
Than the governor's given credit for. Meaning, I think that this is really a divisive issue within MAGA. I don't think everyone in MAGA is saying, okay, we're with Trump on this. I think there are a good number of high-profile MAGA figures who are saying, this is not what we signed up for. Now, does that mean they're going to stop supporting Donald Trump? No. Yeah. But it means that on this issue, we're seeing a fracture that we have not seen up to this point within MAGA world. And that is a big deal.
I mean, Trump is supposed to have broken with the neocons of the world who, the Lindsey Grahams who are pushing for the U.S. to get involved. And I think that there's a feeling of betrayal here. Marjorie Taylor Greene, another one of these very close Trump supporters, big backers of his, says anyone slobbering for the U.S. to become fully involved in the Israel-Iran war is not America First MAGA. They're putting a line down, and Trump is being forced to make a choice.
Yeah, but we just
he already made a choice.
I don't know if you asked Steve Bannon straight up. You think Iran should have nuclear capabilities? I'm pretty sure he would say no.
No, he doesn't. But he doesn't want the U.S. to be involved in the fight.
Okay, but unless the U.S. is involved, we may have a big problem. And the other thing, Abby, I think
exactly. Okay, Americans agree that Iran should not have nuclear weapons. Okay, how is this nuclear facility going to be taken out? Let Israel do it. Only America can take it out. What y'all talking about? Like, everybody has to pull their big boy pants up and let what needs to be done be done. Okay, look, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
I think it may be a little naive not to recognize Donald Trump is born and raised a New Yorker, surrounded by Jewish people, more Jewish people than anywhere else in the United States of America. His daughter is now Jewish. His grandchildren are Jewish. All his good friends are Jewish. And this, as you just reported, there's thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of Americans in Israel. So it would just be a dereliction of duty if he didn't step in and protect American interests. We have military interests there. We have human being interests there. and cultural interests there. They're the only democracy in that area. We need them to stay a democracy.
Look, though, he was just in the Arab world. He's got a lot of friends there, too. They just gave him a $400 million jet from Qatar. So I think...
And what does that tell you? That tells you nobody can buy this guy. He was just in the Arab community, Saudi Arabia. He went everywhere in the Arab world, and they gave the United States a plane. Yet, he's doing this. Nobody can buy this man. It's just how it goes.
A lot of people voted for Donald Trump because he told America that Joe Biden and the Democrats were going to lead to World War III. He said that he was going to end wars on day one. Certainly, he said that about the Ukraine war. I think that, and Ukraine-Russia war. I think that once he got in there, he's realized it's not as easy as he thought. That just by the fact that he swore in, things are not going to end and things are not going to change. I think it's difficult for the MAGA world that there's a faction of it that is very isolationist and doesn't want us to be involved in anything, to accept that this is the reality of being the leaders of the free world if we are still that.
Yeah, I mean, you see, when you're transactional all the way down, my dear brother,
it
means that you have only permanent interests, no permanent friends, no permanent enemies even. It's like Thrasymachus in Plato's Republic. You just go through the world believing you can have transactional relations with everybody. It's a very sad way of being in the world, but that's not what we're talking about right now. Which means that any minute he could betray any group.
But when you're president of the United States, don't you have those types of relationships all over the globe, from North Korea to Iran?
That's true. But he, as governor, you had to have some integrity. It's not reducible to transactional.
I only got.
Is that true? Am I right?
True. Look, I had relationships with everybody. And I think Trump's approach is, to make sure we're protecting America's interests. I think to Arthur's point exactly, it is in our interest to make sure, and it's in everyone's interest to make sure there's nothing nuclear in Iran, and that is very much an America first in America's interest.
Netanyahu made it very explicit. He said it's America first, not America dead. Essentially, I mean, that's pretty stark.
Yeah, but I think we have to ask the question: how involved is the U.S. actually? I mean, my understanding is, yes, the U.S. has been involved in assisting in knocking down some missiles that have been coming into Israel. Is that significant? Yeah. Does that mean that the U.S. is at war with Iran? No. Does it mean that the U.S. is providing bunker busters to get rid of Iranian nuclear facilities? No. And so I think it's an overstatement to say, oh, the U.S. is now involved with it. This is going to be the end of the U.S. empire, American empire, as Tucker Carlson said. I mean, the U.S.'s involvement at this point has been pretty minimal.
And it's about in line with the U.S.'s involvement in these conflicts vis-a-vis Israel over the many decades. So, yeah, you're right.
America
it's an
first,
overreaction.
not America dead. He wasn't referring to America playing dead. He was referring to today it's they're bombing Tel Aviv. Tomorrow there could be nuclear.
It's the threat of nuclear annihilation.
Nathan Joshua said, I do not want you to do X. And Israel did it. He would be humiliated, just like Biden, just like Obama, just like Bush. And the involvement of American Israel is already so inseparable, right? You got the Hellfire missiles. That's just the peak of an iceberg. You've got the facilitating of the military equipment. And look what happened in Gaza. My God, they couldn't have done it.
I mean, and the truth is none of this.
Everybody's acting like they don't know.
Good evening. We begin tonight with
done.
President Trump late today spending more than an hour in this.
Everybody knows what needs to be done. Everybody knows. But it's like, oh, please. No. Okay.
Breaking news this morning, President Trump arriving back in the U.S. just a short time ago after abruptly leaving the G7 summit in Canada early. And he had a stark message for Iran as that country's conflict with Israel escalates. He's not interested in a ceasefire. He wants a, quote, real end to Iran's nuclear program. Here's what he told reporters on Air Force One just moments ago.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end, a real end, not a ceasefire, an end.
So something that would be permanent.
up entirely.
Is that okay too? Are you closer? Are you possible? Is that possible in the next 24, 48 hours?
Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible, yeah.
The president saying he would be in the White House Situation Room this morning, and he also posted this after touching down, quote, "I have not reached out to Iran for peace talks in any way, shape, or form." Before leaving Canada, he issued a dire warning to Iran saying that, quote, "everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran, the capital city with a population of nearly 10 million people." And images that we are getting in show massive lines of vehicles jamming the highways as Tehran residents race to try and escape the city. This morning, new images from the skies over Israel as Iran fired a new wave of missiles. According to officials on either side of the conflict, 24 people have been killed in Israel and 224 are dead in Iran since the strikes began 5 days ago. CNN's Elena Trine is at the White House for us this morning. Do we have any sense of what the president is doing right now, and any sense of what he means when he is warning all these people to leave Tehran, what that means?
Yeah, look, so this morning, Sarah, we heard the president say this directly. I've also been told this in my conversations with White House officials, that he will be gathering with his National Security Council in the Situation Room very early this morning. That is what he said was the reason for why he left that G7 summit in Canada so abruptly. He said that he believed he did everything he needed to do in Canada and that really he wanted to get back to Washington immediately to deal with this escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. He said essentially that he likes to have these conversations in person. He does not believe in using phones because they could be listened to, those conversations. And so that's what he is going to be doing this morning. I do want to emphasize, though, that clip you played just moments ago of what the president said, because it is a pretty big tone shift from what we have been hearing him and other Trump administration officials say over the past couple of days. The president said that he does not want a ceasefire. He wants a permanent end. He wants any deal that could potentially be worked out to be a permanent end to this conflict. But he also said that he would potentially, believe that giving up is an option. He said that's a possibility. And that is very different from what we had been hearing up until yesterday. Because in my conversations with everyone I've spoken with here at the White House, they had said that the president really did want and believe that a deal could be worked out. Up until this point, we know that the U.S. has not really been involved directly in these strikes from Israel to Iran. Instead, they've helped provide Israel with defensive capabilities, including intercepting some of the missiles from Iran and also intelligence. But unclear if that is going to change and if there's more to why he wanted to return so abruptly. Now, he also made a ton of news, Sarah, during that Air Force One ride when he spoke with some of with reporters. I want to read for you just some of the other things he said. He did actually dispute something we had heard from his director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, back in March when she testified that she believed that Iran was far from creating a nuclear weapon. He said actually that they are very close to that, or at least they were very close to that. He also reiterated that he wants, to wipe out Iran's nuclear capabilities. When it comes to what he said about Tehran, he wouldn't say more than that. All he said is that he wants people to be safe. He wouldn't describe any specific threat. But then he added that he does not believe that Iran would target U.S. troops. So, of course, we have lots of questions for the president and his administration today. We'll bring you all the news as we get it, Sarah.
There is so much there. Thank you so much for Elena Trine for walking us through all of it this morning.
President Trump cut his trip to the G7 in Canada short in order to monitor the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran.
He never said that. Oh, my goodness.
Well, I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. He did a fantastic job. Thank you. In Canada. But you probably see what I see. And I have to be back as soon as I can.
This morning, the president is back in Washington, convening his National Security Council and sounding an ominous warning for Iran, posting this on social media: Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Now, this is a defining moment in Donald Trump's second term. CNN senior politics reporter Stephen Collinson writes, President Trump is under opposing pressure from inside Israel and his own MAGA base as he ponders the most fateful national security decision of either of his presidencies, whether to attempt a killer blow against Iran's nuclear program. Joining me now in the group chat, Chuck Rocha, Democratic strategist, and Charlie Dent, former Pennsylvania congressman. I'm glad you guys are both here. Both of you are sort of intimately understanding of the politics in your parties. And with Republicans, you have the isolationist wing that's broken out under Trump. But with Democrats for the last 15 years, post-George Bush, they have moved from being an anti-war party to a little bit of a status quo world order party. So can you talk about some of the dynamics you're seeing play out?
I think as we move into the midterms, I know we'll talk about the big, beautiful bill. I saw it on the thing coming up, but all these politics are happening now. So people are getting to primaries and they're being asked these political questions. And the old party that I joined back in the day were like the leftovers from the wars that they had had in Vietnam of no war. Then there was George W. Bush. To your point, though, we've kind of got back into a corner and been like, let's just keep everybody happy. Let's just make sure the status quo. But there's still internal fighting in the Democrats between like the Bernie Sanders and the AOC wing. And then I would call it the corporate Democrats.
Before I bring in Charlie, can you talk about that Sanders AOC wing, which you know about? What are they saying? What are you hearing?
It's a great point. I was just mentioning earlier that I saw on Twitter that Massey, the Republican from Kentucky, who would be that one Republican who votes against everything, was on Twitter this morning saying, if we're going to do anything in war, it's got to come through the Congress. We're not going to have any wars. And AOC tweets at him and goes, sign me up, put me on that. And I was like, man, we're in a weird space.
Yeah. Okay, Charlie, what are you seeing from your position?
Well, left meets right. You know, it's a circle, not a spectrum. So, well, look, Republicans are certainly kind of torn up on this one, because if there's if you want to define Trumpism or America Firsterism, it's isolationism, protectionism, populism, at times nihilism and nativism. And so they're really having this internal debate. What does this mean? This is an isolationist wing. They want us to stay out of foreign engagements. They don't believe in interventionism. And the Israeli attack on Iran is forcing America to choose.
Yes, here's an example. When I was looking for sort of some quotes from lawmakers, I want to bring you Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican, of course, and Senator Tim Kaine.
Be all in, President Trump, in helping Israel eliminate the nuclear threat. If we need to provide bombs to Israel, provide bombs. If we need to fly planes with Israel, do joint operations. But here's the bigger question. Wouldn't the world be better off if the Ayatollahs went away and replaced by something better? Wouldn't Iran be better off?
And then Tim Kaine saying the American people have no interest in sending service members to fight another forever war in the Middle East. Familiar language on the right. This resolution will ensure that if we decide to place our nation's men and women in uniform in harm's way, we will have a debate and vote on it in Congress. This is really like, we haven't heard in a time anybody wanting to vote on anything the president is doing under this sort of term. What are you hearing, Charlie?
Well, we just heard Senator Graham basically make a case for direct American intervention. That is, we would not apparently provide the means by which Israel could deliver, say, bunker busters.
Yeah,
that's what
which is not off-brand for Lindsey Graham.
It's not off-brand for him. But at the same time, I think we just heard former Secretary Panetta lay it out pretty nicely. There are three options out there: diplomatic course, direct American military participation in this operation, or we just stay out of it.
Right.
And Donald Trump has to make a decision right now. And this is not going to be an easy one. It doesn't fall so neatly along the lines of, neocons versus the isolationists. I mean, there are a lot of folks who don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. The question is, once you break this, it's easy to start wars. It's a lot harder.
He's already picked his side. So
there is new CNN reporting indicate there are doubts in the intelligence community about how close Iran actually is to getting a weapon. CNN's Zach Cohen has this reporting. He's with us now. What are you learning, Zach?
Yeah, John, there appears to be some daylight between the U.S. intelligence community and Israel, and I guess now Donald Trump, on this question of how close Iran is to obtaining a nuclear weapon. And specifically, sources telling me and our colleague Katie Bo-Lillis that the intelligence community assessed before the most recent Israeli strikes that Iran was years away, as much as 3 years away, from not only obtaining a nuclear weapon, but developing the system meant to deliver it at a target of its choosing. And that does really run counter to the more urgent and dire timeline that Israel and Donald Trump have put forward in recent days. Israel, of course, saying, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Iran has been working in secret to develop nuclear weapons over the last several months, and that it's very close to having a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump, of course, addressing this question today when he was asked by reporters about his Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard's testimony in March, where she said that Iran is not actively working towards a nuclear weapon. Take a listen to what Donald Trump said when he was asked this question today.
You've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon, but how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having one.
Oh, God.
So why does this matter, right? Israel has used this sort of urgent warning about Iran's nuclear program as justification for its latest round of preemptive strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Of course, this big question still hangs over the entire situation as to whether or not Donald Trump and the U.S. will become directly involved in the conflict. Donald Trump has said as recently as today that he wants to dismantle Iran's nuclear program. In order to do so, that will require one of two things, experts tell us, either a negotiated deal or U.S. military strikes.
All right, Zach Cohen, some brand new reporting that fits right in where this story is right now. Appreciate your work on this. Thank you very much. With us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He's a former White House coordinator for the Middle East and North Africa who's been deeply involved in discussions in and around Iran for many, many years. And Brett, what I want to focus on is President Trump headed to the Situation Room this morning. And much of the discussion might be focused around one site in particular, one nuclear site. I just want to put it on the map here so people can see. It's the Fordo nuclear enrichment site. We can push in a little bit to give people a sense of what it looks like, the area looks like. Why is this site so important?
Well, John, I think the president should be in the Situation Room today. The Situation Room was actually created by JFK after the Bay of Pigs fiasco for a situation like this, to provide full spectrum awareness for a president as he has to make critical decisions. And there are three immediate priorities, and one of them is what you just mentioned. But number one, the protection of Americans in the region and the protection of Israel. We have to surge the missile interceptors into Israel. We're doing that. As Nick just said, a very small number of missiles yesterday. It looks like about 10. Can't draw a conclusion yet, but the Israelis are taking out not only the missiles, but the launchers. Very important. Second, you want to contain this conflict to Israel and Iran, not have regional spread. Mm-hmm. So far, that objective is being met, and I think the signals the administration is putting out are very good. Third, and this gets to your point, you want to keep particularly the Israelis focused on the stated objectives of this military campaign. The stated objectives are dismantling the nuclear program and the missile program. That's it. You want to avoid mission creep. Now, on the nuclear program, there are three main sites, two enrichment sites, one at Natanz, much of which is above ground, some below ground. The Israelis appear to have very effectively targeted that site. The second enrichment facility is an underground facility called Fordo, which you just mentioned. Deep underground, dug into a mountain. It was an undisclosed facility until 2009 when it was discovered by intelligence and announced. Iran has very advanced centrifuges in that facility. Just last week, before this started, they threatened to spin fuel through those advanced centrifuges, enriching just below weapons grade. Now, to take out that Fordo facility, it really takes a U.S. military operation with a B-2 bomber, and you can see our military actually positioning for that possibility. But there's an off-ramp, and the president's made very clear there's a deal on the table. Steve Witkoff, his envoy, put a deal on the table about 6 weeks ago. Iran did not answer that. They actually escalated their program in response. And what the president is saying, the White House is saying, is to Iran, hey, go back and take another look at that. Tell us you're ready to take the deal, and this will be over. So that's where we stand right now. At the end of the day, John, this has to end with Iran's nuclear program dismantled. And Fordo really is the key. It can be a deal, and we can all hope for a deal, or it can be a military operation.
Again, this is another look at Fordo right here. You can see this area right here is where the centrifuges are believed to be buried deep inside the mountain here. And what Brett was just talking about is it's believed that the only way to destroy this is through a U.S. weapon, the B-2 bombers dropping what's called this bunker buster bomb, the GBU-57 here. What do you think that discussion is like, Brett, about whether or not the U.S. should get involved here? Benjamin Netanyahu has all but explicitly said, hey, come on, drop this bomb.
Yeah, I have to say, the U.S. military has trained on this for over a decade. This munition was kind of designed for this purpose. Now, look, there have been massive risks about such an operation like this. Number one risk used to be Hezbollah. Hezbollah had 150,000 to 200,000 missiles and rockets aiming at Israel. Hezbollah has been knocked on his back. Number two has been Iranian air defenses. They had Russian air defense systems, very high risk of taking down airplanes. Those are no longer there. So those risks have basically been eliminated. Iran can certainly respond. I would never downplay the risks of any military operation, but I would just say this is a very feasible option. Iran knows it. It's important they know it for the purpose of trying to get a diplomatic resolution to this problem and the problem of Fordo. I think that right now is the main objective, but it takes the military pressure to get Iran to the table and to do that deal. This is really going to unfold here over the next 3 to 4 days. I think it's a very critical period. I'm watching today, can Iran again muster another missile barrage, or are they really now depleted?
And Brett, you use the term coercive diplomacy. That's what's happening here. What is that exactly?
Well, coercive diplomacy is what this administration, past administrations have used fairly effectively with the Iranians. Number one, economic sanctions, economic pressure, and number two, the threat of a military force if Iran does not demonstrate to the world its program is peaceful. And I just have to say, last week, John, the IAEA issued a report, very comprehensive report. It was asked for last year, and they found Iran to be an egregious failure to live up to its nonproliferation commitments. And 19 countries then voted in the Board of Governors in Vienna in the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, that Iran was in violation of its obligations. First time in 20 years. What did Iran do? It announced escalations of its program, including in that Fordo site. So Iran has made terrible choices here, and now the onus is on them to try to come to the table and take the deal that's been offered.
Yeah, next 24 hours, next 48 hours, so crucial. Brett McGurk, thank you so much.
When CNN actually agrees with Trump, then there's no other option. All right, here we go.
This morning, after weeks of back and forth, Senate Republicans have finally unveiled their proposed changes to President Trump's self-titled Big Beautiful Bill, including cuts to Medicaid and eliminating some clean energy tax credits. The announcement comes as a new KFF survey finds that Americans generally not so in favor of the bill, with nearly 2/3 of the American public expressing their disapproval. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton, is with me now. So where is support for this mega bill?
I'm really surprised when I look at polling data. I look at it every day. But the amount of disapproval for this bill, holy cow, my goodness gracious. And you mentioned the KFF poll. We're talking about 29 points underwater on the net favorable rating. But that matches the Quinnipiac University poll from last week when it was 26 points underwater. Oh, my God, you need Greg Louganis to get that far underwater. And, we're talking about a negative 41 net favorability rating among independents in the center of the electorate. You rarely ever see pieces of legislation or proposed pieces of legislation as unpopular as this. But here you see it in two polls, 26 points underwater and 29 points underwater. No good.
All right, what about the GOP? Because we have seen some pushback from some lawmakers, and we saw that, nuclear reaction from Elon Musk about this bill. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, there is a large chunk of the Republican Party that is not in favor of this bill. So this is the GOP with an unfavorable view of this bill. And what we see here is, look at this, 23% are opposed, have an unfavorable rating of the big, beautiful bill. Now, to put that in some perspective, Donald Trump's unfavorable rating with the GOP is 9%. So this is more than double. All of a sudden, you're taking a huge chunk of that MAGA base, of that Republican base that is turned against this bill. It is not just Elon Musk. It is not just Ron Johnson, the Senate Republican from Wisconsin. It is a large chunk of the Republican base, is large, double the percentage that have an unfavorable view of Donald Trump, have an unfavorable view of the big, beautiful bill. And I will note that in the KFF poll, the unfavorable view, get this, 36%. You rarely ever see anything that Donald Trump backs get that high of an unfavorable view among Republicans. But here it is with the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah. And there's a very small margin there, so they're going to have to work out these details. Give us some comparison. 2017, we saw a bill that had Trump tax cuts in it. What does the support look like compared to that?
Yeah, that wasn't that popular back in the day. It was a minus 17 net favorable rating. But here, what do we see with the big, beautiful bill on the aggregate? Minus 28 points. So this is far more unpopular than those tax cuts were back in 2017. And remember, Republicans lost the House in 2018. So if this is the big, beautiful bill, it may be a big, beautiful bill for Democrats if it passes, because they'll have a big, beautiful night come midterm night of 2026.
In my sad math, that is almost double.
Yes.
There. Almost.
It's not good. It's not good.
All right, Harry Enton, it's always good to see your butt out here.
Yours.
All right, John.
And a Greg Louganis mention to boot. All right, with us now, the former
Did you say it's
governor
always
of
good
New
to see your
Hampshire,
butt?
Chris Sununu. Governor,
What
thank
in
you
the
so
world
much for
going
being
on
with
right
us.
here?
All right, you just saw Harry's numbers there. 28% underwater. So if you're giving advice to your Republican colleagues, do you change the bill or do you force it?
You remessage it. So it's really, most folks in America don't even really understand exactly what's in the bill. And a lot of that is because they haven't messaged what's in it, why they're doing it, what the tax cuts mean. The fact they're not just, slashing Medicaid like a lot of the messaging on the other side is. What they're really doing is saying, look, we're just going to say there's a work requirement, which was always designed to make sure that able-bodied working adults could get Medicaid. Well, let's just make sure that you're actually working. So I think it's more of a messaging problem. Now, the interesting aspect of those numbers is, the reason Musk doesn't like the bill is it doesn't go far enough for him. Right. The reason most Americans don't like the bill is because they think it goes too far. So there's actually a diverging reason why it's not very popular.
I will note, I'm going to move on to other things. In the Kaiser poll, when actually people were given more information about the Medicaid stuff, they liked it less. It may not be a messaging thing on that side of it, but we'll see what they choose to do.
CNN's Arlette Saenz is live on Capitol Hill with the very latest. Give us what you got. There has been a lot of back and forth on this.
There really has been, Sarah, and top Senate Republicans are meeting some resistance from within their own party to Trump's economic agenda that they're trying to push through on the Hill, which could potentially complicate that July 4th goal that they have set to send this bill to President Trump's desk. Now, in the hours after the Senate Finance Committee released this proposal, we heard from Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, who said that he is currently a no because this does not do enough to cut spending, and he pours some cold water about that July 4th deadline. Now, to run through a bit of what this proposal includes, it is keeping the state and local tax deduction cap at $10,000. That's going to be an issue with some Republicans in the House who had wanted this to be at $40,000. There are also deeper cuts to Medicaid. And as you mentioned, Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri is one of those who has taken issue with the changes to the provider tax. He has specifically warned about the impacts that this could have on rural hospitals in his and other states. Now, even as there are some lawmakers expressing some concerns about this proposal, the Senate Majority Leader John Thune has said that there is still a lot more work to do, but he's optimistic about that July 4th deadline. Take a listen.
This is a piece of legislation that we need to get across the finish line. It's harder in the Senate. We have different rules that we have to comply with than they do in the House, and we're in the process of working through it. But in the next couple of weeks, I expect to get it done. There's a lot of work between now and the July 4th break, but that's absolutely right. We're going to get this done, and it'll be out of the Senate, and hopefully we'll get it on the President's desk before the 4th of July.
Now, Thune can only lose support from 3 Senate Republicans, so there's a lot of questions about how this will move forward in the Senate, but they are hoping to potentially start holding votes late next week to try to send this over to the House, which then would still need to be.
Shout out to the GOAT. Shout out to the GOAT, Dr. Luke. Dr. Luke says, Genesis, God bless you. God bless you too, Dr. Luke. He says, I trust Trump's team and his instinct. I do as well. We're not given the same briefing from mainstream media. Trump has better information. Absolutely.
Approved if there are any changes.
Arlette Saenz, thank you so much for your reporting there on Capitol Hill for us.
Senate Republicans have revealed their version of President Trump's spending and tax bill. The Finance Committee's framework makes significant changes to that measure that narrowly passed the House. And one point of contention, deeper cuts to Medicaid through the so-called provider tax, which is how states raise money to pay for their portion of the program. Senator Josh Hawley says it would effectively defund hospitals. Democrats are echoing that concern.
I've actually been traveling into red states to talk to the people there about what they're going to lose. Missouri is going to lose 400,000 people will be kicked off Medicaid's rolls. Okay. I talked to the National Hospital Association. 30% of our safety net hospitals, most of which are in red states, will shut down if if these Medicaid cuts go through.
That is back. Chuck, I want to go to you. Late night couch mentioning Missouri. In terms of messaging, it's pretty clear what's happening here, saying, look, red states, look, Republican voters, this is hitting you. Should we expect to see more of this?
I think so. And what you're going to see is messaging centered around rural hospitals. They take the brunt of this. And it's one of those issues that Democrats and Republicans can come together on. In rural America, healthcare is hard to find. I grew up on a farm in East Texas. We had to drive 18 miles to go to the nearest hospital. There's a lot of other folks that are like that. And Democrats see it as a place where they could bring in some of these rural Republicans and say, like, hey, this is too much.
Is that remotely possible, Charlie Dunn?
Well, look, the politics of Medicaid have changed a lot since 2017. Republicans recognize that many of their base voters are on Medicaid and benefit from it, probably more so than the Democrats, and particularly in these rural areas Chuck just mentioned. So I think that the Senate's going to have a tough time enacting these Medicaid changes. There are other problems with this bill, too, that we haven't even gotten into yet. They've just kept the SALT deduction at $10,000. That's going to upset House members.
But I assume that's because some people have already kind of said, OK, fine, they're going to waffle on that. It feels like this Medicaid thing has become a bit of a sticking point.
It is.
And a rallying issue for Hawley, of all people.
Well, for Hawley, I suspect Senators Murkowski and Collins and others are going to have some difficulty with this. You may remember in 2017, we tried, I said Republicans tried, I voted against it, but Republicans tried to block grant Medicaid with a cut, and that couldn't get through. And now we're talking about limiting the provider tax from 6 to 3.5%, which is the way the states draw it.
I want to leave you guys with one last image, which is this poll where nearly 2/3 of the American public disapproves of the one big, beautiful bill.
This is the same people that told you Kamala Harris is going to win the election. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Iran's ability to develop a nuclear weapon, Israel has suggested that it had to act fast because Tehran was quickly approaching a point of no return in its nuclear weapons program. But sources tell CNN that U.S. intelligence assessments concluded something very different. That Iran was not actively pursuing a nuclear weapon and was at least 3 years away. And this morning, the president is weighing in on this. So let's go live now to CNN White House reporter Elena Trine. Elena, walk us through this new back and forth on Iran's nuclear capabilities.
Yeah, well, there seems to be some daylight, Pamela, between what the U.S. intelligence community is saying regarding how far off Iran is from developing a usable nuclear weapon and what Israel is saying really to justify some of the attacks that we've seen them make toward Iran. Now, the president was pressed about this when he was flying back from Canada this morning back to Washington. And he was asked specifically about what his own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified to in March, which is essentially that they were still far off from creating a viable nuclear weapon. Take a listen to what he told reporters.
How close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to it.
I don't care what she said.
So pretty dismissive there when asked by our own CNN, Caitlin Collins, about this. I want you to take a listen, though, to what exactly Gabbard had said back in March. Listen.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons.
So, Pamela, the reason that this is so important, of course, is because it shows that the president seems to be more in line right now with what we are hearing from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, using that to really justify these different missiles that they are launching toward Iran. I should say these unprecedented strikes that we have seen. Much more, hopefully, that we can learn today from what the president is doing behind closed doors, particularly in that upcoming meeting with his National Security Council in the Situation Room.
U.S. intelligence says, or certainly said in March, that that Iran was years away from racing towards a bomb. Take a listen to my colleague Zach Cohen reporting earlier.
Yeah, there appears to be some daylight between what the U.S. intelligence community sees as far as how far away Iran is from developing a usable nuclear weapon and what Israel has said in the aftermath of those most recent airstrikes, which it is justified by saying there is an urgent threat posed by Iran's nuclear weapons program. And look, we're hearing from our sources that the U.S. intelligence community assessed prior to those Israeli strikes that Iran was not actively working towards a nuclear weapon.
Shout out to the GOAT one more time. Dr. Luke says, Jet, C. Shelley, and the Bucket Master, Mr. Booski. God bless y'all.
What's more is if they had decided to do so, it would take up to 3 years before they were able to develop not only a nuclear bomb, but the delivery system that would be used to launch it toward a target of its choosing. And so that's a pretty extended timeline, especially when you compare it to the public statements made by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders who have really framed Iran's nuclear program as an urgent threat. And again, saying that these strikes were needed to preempt that coming to fruition. And look, Donald Trump's Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified back in March that Iran was not actively working towards a nuclear weapon. And she said that the U.S. intelligence community could continue to assess that Iran was staying at the levels consistent under the threshold as dictated by the JCPOA. But take a listen to what Donald Trump said when he was asked earlier today about Gabbard's testimony from March.
How close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
Such an OG response.
Ali, what do you make of this?
It's stunning, Becky, that we have gone from manufacturing intelligence to go into wars in the Middle East to now ignoring intelligence in order to engage in wars in the Middle East.
Okay, here we go.
The reality is we knew that Iran, as a result of President Trump's decision to come out of the nuclear agreement in 2018, at Prime Minister Netanyahu's urging, Iran had made nuclear advancements, and it would take Iran less than a week to enrich enough fissile material for a single nuclear weapon. But that is not a nuclear weapon. That is.
Well, Ali, let me just jump in because we are hearing sirens over Tel Aviv in Israel again. Let me just jump in for a moment. At 17 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, 5 days after Israel's initial attacks on Iran, early morning attacks, local time on Iran, as we work to get my colleague Nick Robertson up live for you in Tel Aviv. Ali, apologies for jumping in there. As we sit on these images, and it's important to sort of work out what is going on there over Israel. In a recent article for Time, you wrote, and I quote you here, "The question may be less a matter of whether diplomacy can succeed in all of this than how grievously the situation could escalate." You wrote, "The worst case scenarios are dire. A cycle of Israeli and Iranian counterstrikes that draw in the US, Iran's non-state allies, for what they're worth these days, and regional states." There is, of course, this narrative that says regime change at this point in Iran. And what that means going forward, what that looks like going forward. How do you see this conflict developing from here?
Well, look, we're climbing up the escalation ladder for sure. In terms of the conflict is expanding in terms of the type of targets that both sides are going to go after. It started with military nuclear sites, leadership sites in Iran, but is now expanding to infrastructure and energy sector as well. And eventually, if Iran retaliates in kind, I think it will create the kind of rattling of energy markets that could drag in the United States. Or if Iran continues to escalate its attacks on residential areas in Israel, eventually there will be American casualties as well. And that could drag the United States in, even if the president today decides that he's still going to give one last chance to diplomacy. So the more this continues and expands and escalates, the higher the risk that it turns into a fully fledged regional conflagration, which basically will have no winners.
Briefly, let me ask you very specifically, what are you watching for next?
Look, at this moment, I think the most important question is what the United States would decide to do, is whether it decides to end this conflict or join it. That would really determine the fate of the region and U.S. policy in the region. I think there is still a chance for a diplomatic solution, but that requires President Trump to create distance from Israel and basically hold both Israel and Iran back in order to be able to get Iran back to the negotiating table. But he does not seem to be moving in that direction.
Question is, will the US, Stephen, decide to end this conflict or get involved in this conflict? Let's just briefly speak to who it is who surrounds the US president at this point. Ultimately, his responsibility as commander-in-chief is to make the decision. Who's whispering in his ear at this point?
Well, you have a pretty inexperienced team. You have Pete Hegseth, a former Fox News anchor who's the Secretary of Defense. In the past, you've seen people like Robert Gates or Leon Panetta in presidential cabinets with years of national security experience. You've got Marco Rubio, who was careful after this all broke out to say, look, this wasn't the United States' war. This was started by Israel, that the U.S. wasn't involved. He has been very deferential to Trump because he wants to have a future political career. But historically, he's been on the far more hawkish side of things. The vice president, J.D. Vance, is potentially the most isolationist member of this administration, and I think any recent U.S. political administration. He, I think, could well be seen to be counseling against deeper involvement as a representative of the real grassroots of the Trump movement. Yet he again is also wanting to have a future political career and has his eyes on the Oval Office. So you have lots of competing things here. I think to the point that was just made is, as well as does the US want to end it or join it, does the president have the capacity and the bandwidth to do it? Is he willing to put pressure on Israel if he decides that there's going to be a diplomatic solution here? Is he willing to fully commit to military action? I think there's a lot we don't know about Trump, and the hard decisions that he's faced with here almost all go against his instincts.
I think Trump is capable.
The Middle East is on high alert this hour as missiles fall across Israel and Iran for a fifth straight day. A short time ago, Iranian state media announced the launch of a new wave of attacks. Air raid sirens sounding again today in Tel Aviv and other parts of Israel. Iran claims that it struck an Israeli military intelligence center in Tel Aviv. We should note President Trump is now back in Washington after unexpectedly leaving the G7 summit a day early. He's convening his national security staff in the White House Situation Room today as the U.S. monitors this rapidly developing conflict. Just in the past hour, in an extraordinary set of social media posts, the president announced, quote, "We," emphasis on we, now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Trump also issuing a veiled threat to Iran's supreme leader, claiming that we know where he is hiding and calling Ayatollah Khamenei a, quote, easy target, but adding that he is safe for now. CNN's Elena Trine is live for us at the White House. Elena, what more are officials saying about this?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Boris, a very remarkable set of posts there from the president. And really, I want to highlight as well, not only did he just say we know exactly where Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, is in hiding, but he said that we are not going to take him out. Emphasis, he said, kill him in parentheses, at least not as of now. And then he added that his patience is wearing thin. And I can tell you, Boris, that's in line with the reporting I've now been hearing from multiple sources who have been familiar with the behind-the-scenes discussions on this escalating conflict between Iran and Israel. I would note that in recent days, really, the president had been kind of fixated on and really pushing for a diplomatic solution to try and end this conflict. He had said publicly, but I also know he said it in private conversations, that he'd been hoping that there could be some sort of deal to be worked out with the Iranians. But we are learning now in these conversations I'm having that the president is actually moving farther away from that idea, that he's kind of his desire to handle this diplomatically is beginning to wane. It's still very much unclear, of course, what the U.S. is going to do moving forward. The possibility, I'm told, that the U.S. would go further than they have yet in aiding Israel in trying to wipe out Iran's nuclear capabilities is still on the table. Again, unclear, though, if they would actually go that far. You mentioned this, but the president is meeting this hour. I'm told it's going to kick off any moment now, his meeting in the Situation Room with his top national security officials. That is the reason I was told that he ended his trip to Canada at his presence at the G7 summit so abruptly. He wanted to have these discussions in person, specifically, of course, as we're seeing, this escalating conflict grow even more tense. We know that the Trump administration has been hearing now from Israel that Israel is expected to really ramp up some of their attacks on the Iranians in the coming days. The president kind of alluded to that when speaking with reporters this morning, all to say we have seen an already very tense conflict become even more precarious. Hopefully we can get you some of the new details we learn as this meeting in the Situation Room kicks off shortly.
CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh is with us now. So, Nick, how are these threats likely to be received by Iran's leadership?
Yeah, I mean, it is extraordinary, isn't it? In sort of one breath, simultaneously saying, we're not going to kill you for now, but then demanding the unconditional surrender, it seems, of Iran's leadership, if not Iran itself. I very much doubt that Iran's leaders are going to read that and feel that they have to suddenly, quote, turn themselves in. And indeed, how that would even function, I don't really know, given Tehran is simultaneously being told to evacuate by the Israeli government, echoed by President Trump as well. I think it, again, focuses this particular moment as to exactly what sort of off-ramp does Iran try and find for itself here. We know that its foreign minister's been on the phone to the United Kingdom, Britain and, United Kingdom, France and Germany in the past hours, potentially exploring diplomatic routes again, although keen to emphasize how Iran still wants retaliation for Israeli strikes. But it's also clear, and repeated by Donald Trump again today, that Israel has air superiority in Iran at the moment. In fact, Donald Trump choosing to say the word we when he referred to that control of the skies. So we're at a point now where it looks like the United States is trying to sort of tease to some degree the possibility of it maybe getting more involved or becoming some sort of rhetorical play within this particular conflict, even though just a matter of days ago Trump was clear he didn't want Israel to attack Iran. But I think Iran now dealing with a very complex moment. We've been looking at some reporting about how many potentially missiles it has left that could indeed reach Israel. They've slowed their tempo in the last days. Only 30 fired overnight. Not many, if any, got through at all. Some suggestions from experts that possibly Iran might have anything between 300 and 1,300 of the 2,000 or so that could reach Israel left. That puts it very much down to depleted stocks. That will leave them deeply anxious about their ability to have a deterrent going forwards. And so I think there's also now a remaining question about the enrichment program, the Fordell plant buried in a mountain, whether or not the United States assists Israel with its bunker buster bombs to hit that. A lot clearly in play here, but the United States significantly more involved rhetorically through these Trump posts than it has been in the past days. Remarkable developments, just as Iran appears weakest.
Certainly. And Nick, Iran is now urging residents to stop using apps like WhatsApp and Telegram, citing recent assassinations. Tell us about this warning.
Yeah, I mean, extraordinary to say to people essentially to stay clear of the two most popular social media and messaging apps in Iran. Now, many have been wondering exactly how it's been that Israel, with such precision, appears to have targeted many military leaders. It seems, so in the pictures we've seen of apartment blocks hit in upscale parts of Tehran as they slept, hitting the rooms that they may well have been in. Now, many would point towards cell phones potentially being how they got that kind of tracking perfected. Civilian casualties too, I should point out, during some of these strikes, but now a broader suggestion to stay off those apps. Is that also potentially part of the Iranian regime trying to find some way of preventing opposition organising in the days ahead? Look, I think it's fair to say that inside the capital, Tehran at least, the focus is on trying to avoid or get away from Israeli airstrikes rather than change government, despite that becoming increasingly one of Israel's talking points. But yeah, a remarkable sign, frankly, of how penetrated Iran has been, that its government is simply saying, stay off your key parts of the internet to their population. A real sign, I think, of this critical moment for Iran as a regional power, even though that phrase, frankly, seems obsolete now, Brianna.
Yeah, and as so many people are trying to escape the capital, we see the highways there just packed with cars heading out of town. Nick Payton-Walsh, thank you very much for the reporting.
Joining me is Brett McGurk, CNN's global affairs analyst and a former member of the U.S. National Security Council, where he served as Middle East and North Africa coordinator. Brett, it's so great to have you on, especially now given the fast-pacing developments that we are seeing in the Middle East. I want to get you to respond to this post on Truth Social just moments ago from President Trump. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. How do you interpret that, Brett? Because to me, it doesn't sound like somebody who's eager to get back to the negotiating table, perhaps. But I don't know. You're the expert here.
Beyond, it's great to be here. Harry's a tough act to follow, but look, reacting to every Truth Social post is fraught with challenges because one thing can change. But look, there's a clear trend line here in the White House policy. I think it's very clear. They have said what they have done. They laid down an offer to Iran that they consider a very fair deal on the nuclear problem. That was about 6 weeks ago. Iran really did not answer and, in fact, escalated its program in response. And we are now, the Israelis have begun this military campaign. So the White House has been very clear to Iran. Either go back to the table with the offer we put down, or face the continuation of this military campaign. And what is new now in the last 24 hours is a very real possibility that the United States military will act to take out the deeply buried Fordo enrichment facility, which has 10 cascades spinning of very advanced centrifuges. So that's where we are. I think what the president is doing in his statements today is reminding Iran, this is really coercive diplomacy in the extreme, reminding Iran, you do not control your skies. The Israeli Air Force is over your skies, can strike at will. The United States military is a very close partner of the Israelis. We are not, as far as I know, involved in any sort of offensive operations against Iran, but we are helping to defend and protect Israel, but that can change. So basically, Iran, onus is on you. Let's come back to the table, accept the deal that we put down. That's the off-ramp, or else this is going to get worse.
Yeah, make a deal real fast, man. And let people stop dying.
Moments ago, this post on Truth Social, perhaps the key line is the first sentence. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. And he seems to say American equipment is overcoming Iranian defenses. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. First and foremost, what do we make of that post? And just before we came on the air, the president put it up there about we having control of the skies over Iran.
Dana, that word is the central point there. We, of course, joining the longtime ally of the U.S., Israel, but using that construction, we, certainly implies that the United States is working in a partnership, in cooperation with Israel. And now this is the most declarative thing that the president has said yet about the question that is hanging over this entire debate here at the White House. The president, of course, flying back overnight to Washington from the meeting of the G7 leaders in Canada. He believed that this was an urgent moment that he needed to be back here for. Just a few moments ago, Secretary of State Marco Rubio arrived here at the White House. So we do believe that there will be that meeting convening at some point in the Situation Room. But again, the central question, how directly will the U.S. be involved in ferreting out and perhaps destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities? That is really a central question, not only for the Trump foreign policy, but certainly for the world. And this is something that the president, when he was being sworn into office on Inauguration Day, he talked about being a peacemaker. He talked about ending long wars. Of course, that has been the anthem of his really last 10 years in American political life here. But by saying we, that clearly is implicit there. But he's also responding to the vice president, to J.D. Vance, who offered some commentary just a short time ago as well, pushing back against this growing divide inside the MAGA movement. Some supporters of the president believe the U.S. should not be involved at all. And a very interesting window into part of the administration's thinking coming from Vice President Vance. Let's read a part of it together. He says this, speaking of the president, he may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. That decision ultimately belongs to the president. The vice president goes on to say, and of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy. But I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue. Well, boy, Dana, there is a lot packed into that. Of course, 25 years would include the Bush administration and beyond. And this is the central question facing this president now. Is he going to engage and get the United States engaged in a wider war? Or is he going to essentially watch from the sidelines with perhaps a bit of help? But we do believe that those decisions will be made in the coming hours, beginning with a meeting in the Situation Room at some point this afternoon.
Before I let you go, Jeff, I just want to underscore, because a lot has happened like in the last 10 minutes, but I want to underscore that last point that you made. And that is that the Vice President of the United States is not only speaking for the White House here, but he's clearly speaking to the president's MAGA supporters who are really pushing him not to get involved, because they're saying, remember, you're an America First guy. And it is Vance who has historically been one of the leading voices opposed to the U.S. getting involved in foreign conflicts. It really was a remarkable, lengthy post that he put out for many reasons, but especially the internal GOP politics.
It certainly was. I mean, in one hand, it's sending a message to the dissenters out there, Tucker Carlson and others who've been critical of the president, and just the idea that the United States would deepen its engagement. So the vice president basically told them to pipe down, and they should follow and trust the president. But Dana, also speaking potentially to divisions inside this own administration. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, of course, has been much less of a disciple of the American First agenda, at least by brand. So it's very interesting that the vice president decided to put out that very lengthy statement before there is really a meeting or before there is a decision. But certainly, I'm told it's designed to quiet the outside dissenters. But even more, he, of course, has a seat at the table here. It's to perhaps push the president in one direction as well. Dana?
Yeah, really, really fascinating turn of events in the last few minutes. Jeff, thank you so much for reporting it and making sense of it for us. And we have a terrific group of reporters here at the table to continue doing just that. CNN's Stephen Collinson, CNN's MJ Lee, Tyler Pager of the New York Times, and CNN's Lauren Fox. I just want to pick up where I just left off, Stephen, with Jeff. And I would even, perhaps go a step further, which is that not only is Vance sending a message to MAGA world, to Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon, we'll hear some of what they have been saying in the last 24 hours in a second, but also maybe laying the groundwork for what's to come. Like he knows what's to come, and that's why he's sending that message now.
Certainly, and I think Jeff is right. This is a message to the MAGA world, but it's also a message to Trump and his political conscience. He's saying effectively, you can go ahead and still be compatible with everything you've stood for. Remember in 2016 campaign, the moment that the president took down Jeb Bush, it was over the Iraq war. He said it was a big fat mistake. You got us sucked into a war that was a forever war that didn't end. It's hard to say how, it's so endemic to Trump's appeal. When you talk to people at Trump rallies, the idea that those days are gone. Yet Trump, if he goes ahead, we don't know how it's going to end up. It could start with shock and awe. It will have all sorts of reverberations. He becomes the interventionist that he always decried. And that's why there's so many splits right now in the Republican Party and the MAGA movement.
And one of the most interesting sentences from that long statement we saw from the vice president, I thought, was where he said he is only interested in using the American military to accomplish the American people's goals. I mean, Dana, that is not an outright rejection of the use of the American military. It actually sure sounds like he is priming the American public for the possibility of the U.S. getting directly involved. We're not saying that we know for sure this is going to happen, but all of the body language that we are seeing from this lengthy statement certainly suggests that this possibility is very much out there. I mean, you couple that with President Trump suddenly deciding to cut short a foreign trip, and a lot of signs are headed in that direction. I will just say one reason that I think this just is so remarkable, the possibility, the potential of this kind of intervention, is that President Trump, as a candidate and right before he was sworn in, was so determined to not have wars on his plate as he was getting sworn in. He didn't want the war in Ukraine. He certainly didn't want the conflict in Gaza. He didn't want this war to be fully blown out between Israel and Iran. And now here he is, a couple days in, with the fires being exchanged, seriously, apparently contemplating the possibility of the U.S., as Stephen said, becoming an interventionist country.
And Tyler, as I bring you in, because you cover the White House on a daily, minute-by-minute basis, I do want to bring back what we started with at the top of the hour, which is a brand new post from the president himself, where he said, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA."
Yeah, and I think this is part of this effort we've seen the president and his allies laying about how this fits into the America First policy. He's under fire from some critics, Tucker Carlson chief among them, and here we see him fashioning about how this is America First. I mean, the two things, MJ, just to add on to what you were saying, not only did he not want these wars, his inaugural address was all about being a peacemaker, peace through strength. We've talked to sources who said he's very obsessed with winning the Nobel Peace Prize. So it's not only remarkable that he doesn't want more conflict, it's that he's inserting the U.S. potentially into a greater conflict there. And I also think one of the things that's interesting, MJ, from the point that you just read of the vice president's statement, is that sounds a lot like former presidents justifying previous military actions, that actions overseas are in part to protect American interests, not just at home, but all around the world. And so it's just so interesting to see that language being used by two politicians who have made their name promising no forever wars, and promising not to engage in additional military conflict.
Right, especially, again, from J.D. Vance, who is effectively the ambassador because he has such credibility with that part of the Republican Party, the newer part of the Republican Party, as opposed to what used to be most of the Republican Party, which is.
We got to watch both sides, ladies and gentlemen, both sides.
President Trump is faced with what could be the most important decision of his second term. Will he order the United States military to bomb Iran? Just moments ago, the president wrapped a meeting with his national security team in the Situation Room as he weighs this very question. And although President Trump has so far been publicly pushing for a deal with Iran, two officials familiar with the situation tell CNN that he's increasingly warm to using the U.S. military in Iran. And publicly, his tone seems to be changing very quickly. So this afternoon, he posted this, quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, exclamation point, at least not for now." But the president added, "Our patience is wearing thin." He then followed up that with this post, "Unconditional surrender," implying that that's the solution for Iran. That, of course, at this writing seems, at the very least, unlikely. Over 5 days of airstrikes, Iran has killed 24 Israelis, injured many more. And at the same time, Israel has devastated Iran's military and intelligence leadership and decimated their air defense capability. That leaves the country's nuclear facilities more vulnerable than they have ever been. But Israel simply can't wipe out the entire program by themselves. So why is that? Experts say that the Fordo...
Shout out to the GOAT one more time. Dr. Luke, God bless you. Dr. Luke says, remember everyone, there has been a 100-year plan to take down America. God forbid. I gotta add that part. God forbid. We are nearing the end of it. Will President Trump reverse 90 years of subtle sabotage? I think he will. I think he will, by God's grace. Shout out to the GOAT, Dr. Luke. Here we go.
enrichment facility, which is built more than 250 feet underground, could only be destroyed by an enormous bunker-busting bomb. It is a bomb that only America has and that only America can drop. And that is the dilemma facing the president. He can't just hand Israel the bombs and let them drop them. It weighs 30,000 pounds. The only plane that can carry that 30,000-pound bomb is an American B-2 bomber. So put simply, if President Trump wants to fully destroy Iran's nuclear program, American airmen will have to conduct the strikes.
If we don't take out their nuclear program now, we'll all regret it. We're very close. Be all in, Mr. President, in helping Israel finish the job, and let's see where we're at after we neutralize their nuclear program.
There you have it from someone who in that same interview said he was on the phone with President Trump last night. And that message, delivered just a few minutes ago, comes as there are real signs. We're getting closer to the possibility that President Trump might order what Lindsey Graham was talking about right there. More than 30 American aerial refueling tankers have been moved into the region in recent days. Two sources telling CNN that that's being done in order to give the president options. Those options could include refueling Israeli jets or enabling joint strikes. Now, of course, there is pressure from inside and outside the president's party to walk back from this brink.
I'm hoping the president will not get involved with the war.
I happen to believe that the U.S. being at war with Iran would be a colossal mistake. There is no national security imperative that suggests that we should.
Because let's take a second to reflect on this moment. The decisions like the one that President Trump is facing right now can come to define entire presidencies. And of course, moments like these are filled with risk and uncertainty.
This small band of gallant Cuban refugees must have known that they were chancing, determined as they were against heavy odds.
Late yesterday, I canceled a carefully planned operation which was underway in Iran to position our rescue team for a later withdrawal of American hostages.
Just 2 hours ago, Allied air forces began an attack on military targets in Iraq and Kuwait.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda.
Our military mission in Afghanistan will conclude on August 31st.
Quite a bit there, and our panel is going to weigh in on what this moment means for President Trump. But we're going to start with CNN Chief International Correspondent Clarissa Ward. She's in Tel Aviv, and CNN Senior White House Correspondent Kristen Holmes. Kristen, let me start with you because the president's Situation Room meeting with his national security team just wrapped up minutes ago. Are we learning anything at this hour about what was said inside?
That they were going to discuss is what the U.S. posture was going to be. As you have said, Donald Trump has vacillated in between saying he wants a diplomatic solution and now warming to this idea of a more aggressive approach. And I'm told in part that's going to be about what the Iranians are doing as well. So all of this is for him to hear out his closest advisors and his cabinet officials. We've been watching Pete Hegseth leaving. Stephen Miller just walked out. The Attorney General Pam Bondi. He is surrounding himself by his closest and highest ranking officials as they enter into this period, which, as you say, could be and is likely to be one of the most consequential moments in his presidency. Now, one of the things that Donald Trump had repeatedly said behind closed doors before was that he wanted a diplomatic solution. He was incredibly wary of getting the U.S. involved. But as the days have gone on, he has reached out to various sources asking them what they think. Do they think it is imperative that the U.S. get involved? And one of the things that we are told that he has focused on, too, is what would happen if the U.S. did get involved? What would that timeline look like? Because one of the things Donald Trump deeply cares about is that this is not some kind of extended war. Regardless of whether or not the United States gets involved, President Trump does not want this to be long and drawn out. He ran on this idea that there would be no wars under him. Obviously, we are seeing what is happening in the Middle East, and there is now this perspective of the United States getting even more involved. The other thing I am told that the White House is watching for is what exactly is Iran doing? You can hear Donald Trump asking people, saying that they're up to no good, and seeing actually in these various posts kind of loose threats when it comes to Iran. Don't go after U.S. military assets. Don't go after anything related to America. That's not what we're doing here. And Donald Trump himself seems to be getting more and more invested in what's going on. I want to pull up one. You read one of these when he was talking about the Supreme Leader, but another post that he posted, he said, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran." That's that second post there. "We" there is the key operative term, essentially saying the United States is part of that. We don't have any answers on what exactly that means for the United States, what they're doing, but obviously we are very involved already, but not quite at the level that is now currently being discussed.
All right. Very interesting on all. Clarissa, bring us up to speed. You're in the region, obviously a region that has been very much on edge. What is the latest there, and what are residents and leaders in that region expecting?
Well, I would say, in terms of the near term, people are getting ready for another night. They're wondering whether it's going to bring more strikes. Last night was much quieter than the previous 3 days. No casualties overnight. There were a number of instances where sirens went off, but no major impacts. And according to the IDF, there were about 30 missile or drone launches, which compared to 200 on the first night after Israel began its strikes in Iran is a significant reduction. At the same time, people are obviously in a state and height of alert. Everyone understands and is constantly reminded that when you do hear those sirens, you have about 90 seconds to try to get to a proper safe room or a shelter. In terms of the sort of anticipation of what President Trump might decide or announce possibly in the coming hours, I would say that publicly Israeli officials are being quite circumspect. They don't want to be seen to be forcing the president's hand or weighing in too strongly. We heard, for example, Defense Minister Israel Katz today saying that, America is playing a defensive role, and we're very grateful for that. But privately, I think there is an expectation and a very strong hope from many here in Israel that President Trump would join in with this operation. And for people in Israel, unlike people in the rest of the region, they really view this as an existential matter. The ambivalence around Iran's nuclear program and what it was intended for, and whether Iran was actually trying to create a nuclear weapon and how far away they were from that, that ambivalence and nuance does not exist in the dialogue here in Israeli society. They firmly believe that Iran is far too close, or was far too close, to being able to create a nuclear weapon. And as I said, they see it as an existential issue. So notwithstanding the casualties, 24 of them, as you mentioned, over the past 4 or 5 days now, the amount of damage that has been done and the disruption to daily life here, as well as the economic impact, the vast majority of people here are very much in favor of this operation. And again, the defense minister is today ruling out the possibility of any negotiations. Casey?
And just like the vice president, J.D. Vance, who I think is doing a great, phenomenal job, he said it's okay to want civilian nuclear energy. But if you're demanding sophisticated enrichment capacity, that's another thing entirely. So what do you need that for? What do you need sophisticated enrichment capacity for? What do you need it for if it's not to cause havoc? It's okay if they want civilian nuclear energy, but look, they're going farther. They want enrichment. So, look, sign the deal. All right. Sign the deal. Nobody wants to go to war. Nobody wants all this innocent people dying. Okay. The fact is, people in Iran are not the problem. It's the supreme leaders and all those people who are just, I guess, unreasonable. But God is in control. Hopefully, all of this would stop because God.
Israel's military just issued an evacuation warning for parts of Tehran, warning that they would soon carry out strikes against military infrastructure there. It comes as one of the president's top political allies, Senator Lindsey Graham, who is pushing for strong action against Iran, says the president is about to act.
Iran with a nuclear weapon is a threat not only to Israel but to us. And 4 presidents have promised to make sure that Iran never had a nuclear weapon. I think it will be Donald Trump who delivers on that promise.
The U.S. is already building up its military presence in the region. Dozens of aerial refueling tankers have moved into the region to assist Israeli fighter jets. Natasha Bertrand out front at the Pentagon. Natasha, what more are you learning about these U.S. assets being moved into place?
Yeah, John, well, what we're told from our sources is that these U.S. Air Force tankers, they have been moved into the region in recent days in order to essentially give President Donald Trump options should he want them. And one of those options, of course, is to help refuel Israeli jets as they carry out strikes over Iran. But that would be on the lesser end of potential U.S. military involvement. And these tankers are really designed to give President Trump a lot of options. And that, of course, includes one that was presented by U.S. Central Command as a possible option to Trump of actually engaging in joint strikes with the Israelis on Iranian nuclear facilities. So if you have those tankers in the area ready to go, then you can, of course, refuel jets. You can even refuel B-2 bombers, which, of course, are the bombers that would be capable of dropping those very, very heavy munitions on these underground nuclear facilities. And so that is one part of the kind of restructuring that's going on when it comes to the U.S. force posture in the Middle East. But we have also seen, of course, the deployment of another aircraft carrier to the region, the USS Nimitz, which is joining the USS Carl Vinson, which is still in the Middle East. And it remains to be seen whether both are going to be there at the same time, but they will overlap for at least a little while. And of course, they have a tremendous amount of firepower and hardware on them that can be used both to conduct offensive operations as well as to help the Israelis defend themselves against incoming Iranian missiles. So all of this is part of Central Command trying to essentially position the U.S. military in the region in a way that allows President Trump the flexibility to essentially carry out whatever kind of military operation that he wants, John.
Natasha Bertrand at the Pentagon. Thank you, Natasha. Out front now, Congressman Seth Moulton, a Democrat from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. He's on the Armed Services Committee and served 4 tours of duty in Iraq. Congressman Moulton, thanks for being with us. As we await word from the president, sources do tell CNN he's increasingly warming to the idea of using the military to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. What do you think it would mean for the U.S. to get involved in this way?
Well, look, first of all, we all want to ensure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. We're all on the same page across the world about that. The question is just simply how best do we get there and how do we ensure that once we're there, that Iran doesn't get one in the future. And so military action may be part of that solution. And we've already seen Israel successfully take out many components of Iran's nuclear program. But I think at the end of the day, the only way to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon down the road, whether it be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, is to have an inspection regime in place. That means there's got to be some deal at the end of all of this. So military action or not from the U.S., we've got to be in a position to impose a strict inspection regime on Iran going forward so that if they ever try to develop a nuclear weapon in the future, regardless of how much of their program is destroyed today, we can ensure that that doesn't happen.
We just got word, Congressman, that Israel is striking parts of Tehran right now as we speak. So the strikes very, very much continue. Do you support the U.S. getting involved directly with this?
I'm very reticent to have the U.S. get involved directly for two primary reasons, John. First is that we cannot afford to get bogged down in another war in the Middle East. We can't use all our munitions in the Middle East when we need them to deter a war against China. That's our primary national security threat. Again, something that everyone in Congress agrees with, everyone in the administration agrees with. China is the main threat, so we can't take our eye off that ball. And the second question, again, comes back to this point about what is the best way to ensure long-term that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. Iran is clearly not going to negotiate with Israel. That means there's got to be someone else that's willing to negotiate to get an inspection regime in place so that Iran can never reconstitute its program. There are a lot of analysts who think that that's exactly what Iran is going to try to do, that the lesson they will take from these strikes is that they have got to sprint to a bomb. So the way we ensure that that doesn't happen is we have an inspection regime in place that only comes through a deal. I'm not sure America puts itself in the best position to actually negotiate that deal if it's involved with military strikes. But that's an open question, and that's something that's, I'm sure, being debated in the administration right now.
Probably being debated in the Situation Room this afternoon. What about this so-called bunker busting bomb, 30,000 pounds, usually dropped from a B-2? How far would that go, do you think, if it was used in Fordo to destroying Fordo completely and perhaps ending Iran's nuclear program?
Well, I mean, candidly, the answer to that is classified, but there is a question that has to be answered here about just exactly what kind of military operation, the U.S. wants to get involved in. You laid out some of the options. Do we take part in offensive strikes? Do we simply support what the Israelis are doing? What kind of munitions do we use? These are also questions that are being discussed and debated in the Situation Room. I asked our CENTCOM commander some of these questions last week before the strikes, just to understand what the realm of options is. And look, there's sensitive intelligence involved here about exactly what the U.S. can and should do to potentially support this operation.
You asked the questions to intelligence. Congressman Seth Moulton from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, great to see you tonight. Thank you very much. President Trump increasingly considering strikes against Iran. That is according to officials. Just a short time ago, he met with his top advisors in the Situation Room, a meeting that lasted more than an hour. That meeting took place after the president called for Iran's unconditional surrender and threatened to kill Iran's supreme leader. This, as the New York Times reports tonight, that Iran is preparing for possible retaliatory strikes on U.S. bases. And it comes after Vice President J.D. Vance tweeted, notable because he is seen as more isolationist. He wrote, the president may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. A senior Israeli official tells CNN the Israelis are now waiting to see if the president will help them finish the job and take out Iran's nuclear facilities. Now, should the U.S. strike Iran, one potential target, the mysterious Fordo fuel enrichment plant. It's built inside a mountain, and it's where some of Iran's most important nuclear work is now taking place. It's buried more than 295 feet underground. So far, that plant has not sustained major damage from Israel's strikes, which is why Israel needs this. America's so-called bunker buster. The U.S. is the only country that possesses this bomb. It weighs about 30,000 pounds and is able to penetrate deep into the earth. At this moment, the president is already taking some action. 30 U.S. aerial refueling tankers are now in the region. These would allow the U.S. Air Force to refuel Israeli fighter jets carrying out strikes over Iran. And those strikes, they've not let up. We've got new video of strikes over Tel Aviv from just moments ago. Oren Lieberman is out front live in Tel Aviv. Oren, what's the latest you're learning from there?
John, we have seen 2 rounds of incoming ballistic missiles over the course of the last hour. These 2 rounds spaced pretty much just minutes apart. The Israeli military says the first round included 10 ballistic missiles, most of those intercepted, but not all of them. We have seen some images circulating of, frankly, some fires starting and some damage on the ground here. We are waiting to learn more, but crucially at this point, Magen David Adom, that is Israel's emergency response service, says there have been no injuries. That being said, there is the expectation that this could be a long night with more rounds and more volleys ahead. Certainly, if the rounds of ballistic ballistic missiles. The volleys of ballistic missiles incoming from Iran are smaller than they have been over the course of the past 48 hours. It could be a very long night ahead here in central Tel Aviv. And there has been incoming throughout the course of the last 24 hours to northern Israel, and the largest city there, the city of Haifa. Meanwhile, Israel waits for a final decision from the U.S. Has President Donald Trump made a decision to get the U.S. involved here? Crucially, the U.S. has struck the Natanz nuclear facility over the course of the past several days and the nuclear facility in Isfahan. But when it comes to Fordow, one of the major seriously undamaged facilities, that will require the U.S. and the bunker buster bomb you mentioned. It's designed to be launched from a B-2 stealth bomber, although it was, I believe, tested from a B-52, so there are options. Israel urging the U.S., frankly, and hoping that the U.S. gets involved to finish essentially the job that the U.S. has started and try to destroy as much as possible of Iran's nuclear facilities. Meanwhile, Iran has warned that it could be a long night in preparing for the potential to strike U.S. facilities in the region, of which there.
Oh my goodness. Iran is talking about striking U.S. facilities. Okay, look, I'm sorry. It's over. To try that, it's over.
The world is really waiting for word from the American president, while the skies over both cities look and sound like this. Warning signs in Israel for waves of incoming missiles from Iran, most intercepted by the Iron Dome, though some, as we've seen play out in recent days, are getting through. There are also new explosions in Tehran as Israel is warning an entire district of that city to evacuate tonight. Our sources are telling us that at the White House, President Trump is weighing using U.S. aircraft and bombs to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. A senior Israeli official says they're also waiting to learn whether or not the president is going to help them achieve their goal of destroying Iran's nuclear program. The president huddled with his national security team in the Situation Room for over an hour today on this very issue. You can see generals and cabinet secretaries entering and then leaving the White House complex throughout the day. As the White House confirmed that also behind the scenes, the president was on the phone with the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, though neither the administration nor Israel offered a readout of what was said. We didn't see the president in front of the cameras today, but when we questioned him overnight about where he stood on Iran, this is what he told us on Air Force One.
They've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They shouldn't have done the deal. The cities have been blown to pieces, have been lost.
And this is the thing. Nobody is talking about the fact that Trump gave Iran 60 days. It wasn't like he just woke up and said, you know what, let's stop bombing Iran. He said, Iran, you have 60 days, make a deal. Let's do this quickly. He said it. But nobody seems to want to talk about the fact that he was patient enough and he didn't do nothing. He actually held back Israel from doing anything. He told them, don't do anything. Wait for the 60 days. Guess what happened? Iran felt like he was bluffing. Look, you F around and you find out.
A lot of people, they should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in the mood to negotiate.
The president took to Truth Social before a meeting in the Situation Room today where he wrote this, quote, "We now have complete and total control over the skies over Iran." The key word there is the first one, we. He followed that with, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but he's safe there. We are not going to take him out, at least not for now." And then in all caps, the president demanded, quote, "unconditional surrender." If the president does order a U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, there are still major questions this evening about what could follow, including whether that U.S. strike would be guaranteed to reach Iran's most precious nuclear sites, which are built into mountains deep underground. Is there any guarantee that if the U.S. did get involved militarily, that a U.S. bomb could destroy Iran's nuclear program and facilities?
Piece of everything or anything in life, you know that. Look at you, right? There's no guarantee. But you're saying a guarantee on what?
Do you think if the U.S. got involved militarily, it would actually wipe out Iran's nuclear program? Or where's your assessment of that?
I hope their program is going to be wiped out long before that. but they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
I want to get straight to CNN's Anderson Cooper, who is live in Amman, Jordan tonight, where missiles have been passing overhead. And Anderson, obviously, I should note the reason you're there. The airspace over Israel is closed. As you're making your way there, you have to drive to actually get there. What are we seeing and hearing on the ground over there tonight?
Yeah, I think a lot of people in this region are waiting and watching to see what President Trump decides, what the U.S. decides to do. I mean, that is the story of this night. We have seen this, back and forth missile barrages, some incoming to Tel Aviv. As we landed here several hours ago, driving in from the airport, you could see Jordanian air defenses. What we were told were Jordanian air defenses activated. Couldn't see interceptions, but we did see the air defenses activated in the skies over us. And then around the same time, we saw in the skies over Tel Aviv interceptors as well. No reports of significant damage there. Certainly no casualties. Jeremy Diamond has just been, I was just talking to him, no reports right now of casualties in Tel Aviv. The question, of course, what is the U.S. going to do? Will there be a direct strike against that Fordo facility? That is, of the two facilities, the Natanz and the Fordo, as you know, and as you've been reporting, that is the one inside that mountain, which can really only be reached by these bombs which the United States has and the delivery mechanisms that the United States has. It would require more than just one. It would be successive waves from what we understand. But there's a lot of questions tonight about, and no one seems to know the answer for sure, about what Donald Trump's going to decide to do.
Yeah, and the Israelis, the officials there seem to be treading very carefully to not seem like they are pushing him into anything, though they very clearly want the United States to get involved here. Anderson, thank you. We'll check in with you as news warrants throughout the hour. And with that as the backdrop, I should note that here in Washington, there is a growing divide among the president's supporters about the question of a possible foreign intervention by the United States. Look at this remarkable exchange. So we're going to play for you here. Republican Senator Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson on this very issue.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because,
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
what
predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
Deeply revealing. Joining me tonight is Republican Senator Tim Sheehy of Montana, who sits on the Armed Services Committee and served as a Navy SEAL. I'm not going to ask you the population of Iran, since you just saw that, but that does show people the divide that is happening in your world over what the president should do here. What do you think he should do? Do you support strikes on Iran?
Well, it's not my world. It's our world. The truth is there are deep divides across the spectrum on both sides about what we do here. Let's speak very clear. The Democrats have been deeply divided over whether Israel has a right to exist as well. There have been Democrats calling for...
The Republicans are in power. So what are...
Well, I'd argue, that they have almost half the Senate and half the House. So the Democrats have a lot of power right now. They have the power to do a lot of things. But back to the point is what do we do right now? And the truth is, Iran has been a pernicious adversary, a brutal, savage adversary of America and Israel, and the Western world for 45 years. I mean, prior to 1980, Iran was a symbol of what the Middle East could be in this new era of oil wealth that was cascading across the region. Freedom, opportunity, innovation. When this regime, this brutal, murderous regime took over in 1980, which started, by the way, with taking hundreds of Americans hostage at our embassy, we've seen nothing but murder, attack, terrible, terrible oppression from this regime for 45 years. And nowhere is that more apparent than right now in Israel as they launch their entire fleet of ballistic missiles to wipe a nation off the map.
But why strike now? Well, first, do you support
Well, first of all,
strikes?
I didn't say we should strike.
Do you support strikes?
I support what Israel is doing 100%.
Do you support strikes by the United States if President Trump
I don't think we need to get directly involved because I think we've been very directly involved in the region for 25 years. I think what Americans have spoken very clearly about is we don't want more war in the Middle East. Now, I think our ability to help to help Israel be precise and successful in their strikes in Iran is key. And if that means providing them the equipment to do so, intelligence to do so, the specific bombs and platforms to do so, I'm totally supportive. But it's very important that we draw a line in the sand, that the American people have made very clear they don't want us going to war anymore in the Middle East. They don't want boys and girls from their American families on the ground there. They don't want to get drawn into prolonged conflict. But I think it is in our interest, it is in the American people's interest to see Iran put back in the box. They can stop this tomorrow, just like Hamas could have stopped the war in Gaza. They can stop it tomorrow by giving up the nuclear program.
Where is that distinction in supporting Israel as it strikes Iran and the United States striking Israel? You're saying you don't support the president having
a very clear
U.S.
distinction.
bombers
that
go
distinction is not
and
hard
strike
at all.
those facilities.
I mean, how is the distinction hard between having Israeli forces do the job versus U.S. forces? That's a pretty clear distinction.
It wasn't clear in how you answered it, at least not to me. I just wanted to make clear. You're saying you do support the United States giving Israel support and whatnot, but you don't support the United States actually going over there and striking their nuclear facility.
Well, I mean, that decision can be made by one person and one person alone right now. The president has to decide, am I going to send American bombers and American technology and American servicemen to carry out this strike? If so, that's his decision, and I think if he decided to do so, I'd support him. Ultimately, though, what it has to be is Iran has the opportunity. The power is in Iran's hands right now. If they give up the nuclear program, just like the power is in Hamas's hands to end the war in Gaza, give up the hostages and we'll stop attacking you. Give up the hostages, we'll stop sieging Gaza. Iran can say, you know what, done. We're done with the nuclear program. We will unconditional surrender, as the president said. This can all end tomorrow. So right now, really, the power is in Iran's hands, oddly enough.
But you say the power is in the president's hands as well. But I mean, this has reignited a debate on Capitol Hill about Congress's power to declare war. Some of your colleagues, Republicans, are circulating a resolution that they want to say that if the United States is going to take offensive action against Iran, that Congress has to approve it first. Would you vote yes on that resolution?
No, I think in this particular case, so first of all, I completely concur that the sole power to declare war in the United States rests with Congress. That's a constitutional responsibility of Congress. I think it's a huge error we've made over the past 80 years since World War II that we have instead authorized the AUMF, authorized use of military force. We've essentially outsourced to the president the power to declare war.
So that sounds like you would support the resolution.
I would in general, but this isn't declaring a war. This is involving ourselves in a precision strike that, frankly, a war that's already been going on for 45 years. We've been fighting Iran for 45 years. We fought Iran in Iraq. We fought them in Afghanistan. We've been fighting them in Beirut. They killed 246 Marines in Beirut in 1983. They killed thousands of us, including many of my friends in Iraq and Afghanistan. So let's be very clear. This isn't a new front of a war. This is an adversary that we have been fighting directly for 45 years.
Like I said earlier on, I support the United States. You know what? I support the United States 1,000%. But I see people in the chat saying, well, there should be no war. Yes, there should be no war. Absolutely. But peace is very expensive and it's hard. And really, this could be avoided. The commander-in-chief gave Iran 60 days, but for some reason, there was no response. So
Politico is calling the conflict Trump's moment of truth. Quote, it's...
All right, conservatives, this is your turn. But the question here is, what is the solution here? The United States does nothing, and Iran keeps going on to get nuclear weapons, and then in future comes after the United States. Or, because I'm trying to understand what people are saying. I get it, no war. Yeah, nobody wants war. Innocent people die. Kids, women die when it comes to this unnecessary disputes. In my opinion, wars are unnecessary. However, it's happening right now. What is the solution? You can say no wars and go run in your room and sit down. No wars. All right. So what is the solution for what's going on in Iran? Somebody tell me the solution in the comment section. Okay. No wars. No. Okay. We get you. Nobody wants war. But what is the solution, guys?
Hard to overstate the significance of this moment. American involvement in this war could end Iran's nuclear ambitions and even topple its autocratic government, reshaping the Middle East for decades to come. The New York Times with this headline, Trump's Iran choice, last chance diplomacy, or a bunker-busting bomb? KT McFarland, former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump, is here. And I know you have had many of your children, grown children, serving in the military, and you have a lot of experience.
Okay, this is what I don't understand. We have Americans that say they love America. I could never support any other country, any other nation, and I am an immigrant. Look, this is so interesting. You have Americans saying that they are worried about the United States. They are not worried about Iran. What sort of statement is that? Are you like, what sort of statement is that? You're worried about United States, but you're not worried about Iran. So you support Iran, basically. You can't support it. I'm sorry. I cannot support Iran. Look, I love the United States so much. I cannot support Iran. Okay. The United States gave me my family, my daughter. My wife, may her soul rest in peace now. But I would never have everything that I have today without the United States. So what am I supposed to do? Support a regime that shouts and screams death to America? I can't. Look, I support the United States. And whatever the commander-in-chief decides, it is what it is.
These points in time when presidents are making these types of decisions, what stands out to you, the president in with his advisors today?
Look, I've been in the Situation Room with President Trump where he's had to make decisions like this. He is really good. This is his finest moment. He's cool. He gathers intelligence. He doesn't get the yips. He finds out from his military leaders, his diplomatic leaders, his intelligence leaders, what are his options. And then he probably thinks of 2 or 3 other options that nobody else has thought of. So what am I looking for right now? President Trump has said it pretty well. Iran's not going to get a nuclear weapon. And then he said, well, let's wait and see. President Trump, I don't think he needs to make the decision right now of whether to attack Fordo, whether not to attack Fordo. Who knows what the Israelis have? We know that the Israelis have commandos on the ground in Iran. Maybe there are other ways to destroy that nuclear weapons site other than bunker-busting bombs that American military drop.
Yeah, and I see you focusing on that because that Fordo is exactly what people are saying. If you don't take that out, you don't take away that pause in future capability. I want to get to this. Because sometimes our assets can be enough for an enemy to see, and they are on the move. The USS Nimitz, which is the oldest active U.S. aircraft carrier, deployed from the South China Sea yesterday, headed toward the Middle East. Dozens of Air Force refueling tanker aircraft have been moved to Europe to position closer to the Mideast, giving President Trump and the CENTCOM commander more tactical options. And it's just part of the United States' effort to shift military resources, including ships to the region, as tensions are obviously escalating. So you've got that on the move, and that in itself sends a signal. Your thoughts, KT?
Yeah, I was in the Reagan administration working at the Pentagon the last time the United States and Iran came anywhere close to a military conflagration, shall we say. I mean, Iran was trying to do things in the Gulf, and the United States Navy just stopped them cold. And a lot of the senior leadership now of the Iranian military would have been the young military officers in the 1980s when that happened. They would certainly be aware of it. I don't think they want to tangle with the United States because, as President Trump has said, don't mess with Americans. And he said it whether he's talked to the Taliban, whether he's talked to the Russians, whether he's talked to anybody. You harm the hair on the head of one American, and then we're coming to get you. So that's got to be a huge deterrent, especially for a leadership which is probably under a certain amount of internal stress. I mean, if you're the Ayatollah, if you're those generals, you've got to look at the guys to your left, to your right. Mossad has thoroughly integrated and infiltrated a lot of the military in Iran and the leadership in Iran.
Yes.
They've got to worry about their own job security.
I thought it was interesting and just supreme strategy, if you will, if you just are watching this from that perspective, to put the message out that there was some thinking about taking out the Ayatollah Khomeini. And then President Trump thought, no, we won't. I mean, that is a huge sign of, well, we could if we wanted to, but we won't right now. So more of that in their heads as you're talking about. Fox News contributor and former Reagan administration official here, Hugh Hewitt, may have known you, KT, says what we are seeing in the Mideast right now is truly a historic moment.
Israel has unleashed a shock and awe campaign, the likes of which Iran has never experienced. President Trump has allowed this to happen. He greenlit this. He was masterful in his ambiguity last week, though he dropped a few breadcrumbs that people were paying attention along the course of last week, indicating he thought the negotiations were going to fail. He gave Iran 60 days. He said it again and again. Those two men, Netanyahu and Trump, have arranged for Iran to feel jolts of the sort they have never felt before, and Israel has methodically reduced all the threats, and now they're going to reduce the threat from Iran.
KT, your reaction?
You know, the other part of this equation is not only has Israel and the United States taken out all of Iran's defenses, Iran's now defenseless, but who hasn't been playing in this game? What other big powers do we know are interested in the Middle East who you haven't heard anything from? Russia, China. A couple of weeks ago, President Trump said, after his phone call with Vladimir Putin, he said, maybe Putin can help me in the Middle East. Nobody paid any attention to that. But is that phone call on the way?
You know, what's interesting, real quickly before I let you go, and I said this atop this hour, we took it live when the president said it yesterday from the G Summit before he left early. He was calling then to pay attention to the fact that Russian President Vladimir Putin was not at the table making it a G8. He talked about the dismantling of getting Russia out when Obama was president and how the former Prime Minister of Canada, Trudeau, had worked to make that happen. And that goes along with what you're saying. Look, he's watching this with Gestalt view, looking down and saying, what pieces would help me put this together? Perhaps he and Vladimir Putin would have talked at that summit had it truly been a G8.
Yeah, and also remember, President Trump is looking way beyond what happens in the Iran-Israeli conflict. He's looking at what happens next in the Middle East. Is there peace? Is there a nuclear weapon? Does anybody get nuclear weapons? But also, what happens to Iran afterwards, the day after?
KT McFarland, good to have you. Thank you.
All right.
Welcome back. You're looking at live pictures of the Jerusalem night sky. All quiet at the moment, but we are standing by, have a full team on the ground there to bring us news as it happens for you.
Yeah, the IDF is briefing right now. Effie Defrin is the person who's briefing. We were used to seeing Daniel Hagari when it came to Gaza and things in Lebanon. This is a different briefer. It's in Hebrew right now. We do not have a translation. But when we've got English now, let's go to Effie Defrin here, the IDF.
Hitting Iran's nuclear, ballistic, and command capabilities. The Iranian regime has spent years getting closer to a nuclear weapon. They have spent billions building a ballistic missile program. Our mission is clear: to remove the threat at its source. Last night, the IDF eliminated Ali Shamadani, the regime's wartime chief of general staff. Shamadani held the role for only 4 days before meeting the same fate as his predecessor. This mission was based on real-time and emerging intelligence. We have delivered significant blows to the Iranian regime, and as such, they have been pushed back into central Iran. They are now focusing their efforts on conducting missile fire from the area of Isfahan. We are aiming at military targets. They are attacking civilian homes. The IDF will continue to operate with precision, strength, and resolve to ensure the safety of the people of Israel. Israel faces threats on many fronts. While we are working to remove threats from Iran, we are still fighting their proxy, Hamas, in Gaza, who is still holding 53 of our hostages in brutal conditions. We will not rest until they are returned home. Thank you very much.
So there's Effie Defrin with the IDF briefing saying that right now the Iranians are concentrating their ballistic missile fire on Israel from Isfahan, which is a city where there have been a number of strikes by the Israeli Air Force to try to take out those missile launchers. They were saying earlier today that they've taken out, I believe it was 25 or to 30% of those missile launchers. So that really does degrade Iran's capability of launching those big, powerful missiles toward Israel. And every day, it seems, they're able to fire fewer of those
than
they were the day before.
And we've been widely airing satellite images that our newsroom obtained yesterday and today that show before and after images of Iran's three main missile facilities inside the country. Severe damage to all three of them, as well as Natanz, the infamous nuclear weapons facility there on the ground. So these capabilities, super important to degrading Iranians, not just their nuclear capability, but their military might and the threat they pose to the rest of the world.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
We bring in retired four-star General Joseph Votel. During his nearly 4 decades of service in the Army, he led Special Operations Command and Central Command, overseeing military operations in the Middle East. He's a distinguished military fellow at the Middle East Institute. General, very good to have you back on the program today. So you hear this discussion that it appears that the president, and of course he could change his mind on this at any moment. They're in discussions right now in the Situation Room. But it appears that the sending the vice president, J.D. Vance, and Steve Witkoff, his Middle East envoy, to have one more discussion with Iran appears to be a bit taking a back seat at this point. And we see these military assets moving now. What is your assessment of where things are and how long it might take to actually see this kind of strike that's being considered on Fordo?
Yeah, thanks, Martha. It's great to be with you. I think what we're seeing right now is the president trying to take maximum leverage opportunity here of the situation that's been created by the very devastating Israeli strikes and that have really rendered the air defense capability of Iran mute and have really begun to have impacts not just on the nuclear weapons program, but on the military overall. And I think the president sees that this may be an opportunity for us to get to an end state that we've been after for a long time. That is Iran not having a nuclear weapon. So in my view, I think he is trying to put as much leverage, as much pressure as possible on the Iranian regime right now.
Yeah, it's very interesting, the word that you use, and we hear him talk about control of the skies, and that's because these Israeli attacks have been so effective in knocking out Iranian defense systems, and they have a clear run into the country, which has never happened before. They also have none of their proxies active in this fight. No Hezbollah, no Houthis. None of that is impairing the ability to get at this site. With all of your experience in the Middle East, is this an opportunity that should not be passed by, in your opinion?
Well, it's certainly a very unique situation. I mean, many of the assumptions that we've had about the Middle East and about Iran have largely disappeared. The fact that Hezbollah in the past could hold Israel at risk if they chose to do something like this has completely disappeared. The seemingly invincibility of the Iranian air defense system and the effectiveness of their ballistic missile program is, with some exceptions into Israel, of course, has largely not manifested itself. So it is a key opportunity. Now, whether we choose to follow through with that militarily or whether we choose to put more pressure on it and approach it diplomatically, of course, is a decision for the president of the United States, and one that I'm sure is being discussed at this very minute in the White House.
What is your sense, having worked in this region for so long, of the Ayatollah and how much of his own military infrastructure and his personal support structure? His chief of staff was taken out yesterday, I believe. He's 86 years old. You know, what is your sense of what he will do at this sense, having watched him over all these years?
Yeah, I think a lot of the sources of power and influence for him are going away very, very quickly. Not just subordinate leaders, but his control over the people. I think is very much compromised at this particular point. So his authority as the supreme leader, I think, is being diminished. Now, he's been in place for a long time. There still is a lot. It still largely is a police state. So he does exert some control over the population, but that has certainly been diminished. And the Iranian people are now seeing the result of his policies being played out in their own streets on a regular basis, at least over the last 5 days or so.
How many alternatives are there? I want to play this bunker buster video again, General, which shows how this munition would work, how this 30,000 pound bomb would work. And then there's also some discussion about other alternatives of, cutting off the power systems to this facility or potentially cracking the surface of it to destabilize what's underneath. What's your take on, are there other ways besides this that we're watching, which look pretty effective, than getting at this?
Yeah, well, I think we have to think of this nuclear weapons facility at Fordow as kind of a system of systems. And so when you attack power supply, for example, when you attack the logistics nodes or the transportation nodes or the other supporting facilities for it, you're definitely going to have an impact on the overall enrichment facility. It may not destroy it in the same way that a GBU 57, the MOP would, but it would definitely have an impact on it. And loss of power in these centrifuges can cause them to fail in a significant way that would make it very difficult for them to return to their purpose of enriching uranium.
So interesting. Thank you, General. I saw one assessment that even the ventilation system would make it impossible to work in the area. That's another potential way. And we spoke to one of the Israeli advisors yesterday who talked about there's a number of ways to get at this. So that's got to be part of the conversation that's happening right now in the Situation Room as well. General Votel, really wonderful to have you with us, sir.
Shout out to Shauna Williams. She just asked the same question that I asked earlier on, which I think is the most important question right here. To Patriot in the chat, it doesn't matter if you're a liberal or a conservative. It don't matter, okay? We are Americans. What I'm saying here is we get it. But what is the solution right here? We need a solution, right? So what is it? Can somebody just put it in the chat? Let's know. And be respectful now.
Fox News alert, the Israeli military says missiles launched from Iran towards Israel are raining down right now. Trey Yingst is standing by in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Yeah, Jesse, you can hear behind me there are sirens sounding as ballistic missiles are fired at this city. Air defense systems are currently active over Tel Aviv with hundreds of thousands of people into bomb shelters at this moment. Unhook. Get off. All right, we got it. We're going to move. Okay. Stay with us. Stay with us. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Give me 1 second, Jesse. I'm with you. I got to fix my IFB.
Uh-oh.
1 second, Jesse. We're going to give you a quick update.
Dear God. Dear Lord.
I'm with you. Jesse, I got you back.
My solution here is back to Iran. Sign the deal. No nuclear enrichment. If you could just sign the deal, all of this would be over. I mean, that's what Trump proposed. But the Supreme Leader is not taking that. So I don't know what's going to happen if he doesn't want to sign the deal. This would have to keep going. I don't know. Look, I don't want this to keep going. Nobody wants war because in war, nobody wins. Okay, nobody wins. Innocent people die. And we are human beings. We cannot create one life. Okay, God has that supreme power over human beings. So to me, wars are just unnecessary. But in this situation right here, Iran should please sign the deal and let everybody go home and chill.
There's a shelter-in-place order right now. We hear the sirens. Trey, are you with me?
Yeah, Jesse, I'm with you. We got disconnected for a moment from our IFB there. You could see a lot of those missiles coming off as they were trying to intercept some of that incoming fire. We saw the first one go out to the sea, and because they could track where it was going, they let it get intercepted out at sea. This is an indication that the Iranians still, as the Americans are deciding whether or not they want to get involved in this war, are firing on major population centers. Again, we have to make the decisions very quickly to move. That's part of what you just saw there. We'll stay as long as we can, and you can hear there's a massive explosion overhead. And once we have another minute, we're going to go out and see if anything was hit. But you could just hear that explosion there, Jesse, and that's why we get off the balcony as the fire starts to get heavier. But again, this has been going on for the past 4 days as the Iranians respond to these strikes that are taking place across their territory. And despite the fact that the Israelis told us earlier today that they were able to take out around 40% of the missile launchers, we understand that they have not been able to take out all of them. And so we expect to see more of this type of fire in the days ahead.
Trey, what is your understanding from the intelligence community? How much missiles have the Iranians stockpiled? Are they able to go tit for tat with Israel, and for how long?
Yeah, so they have around 2,000 missiles, according to a senior Israeli intelligence official that I spoke with over the weekend. The concern here is that they're not able to hit all of the stockpiles because the Iranians have been preparing for the war that is currently taking place with Israel for the past few decades. And so they not only will stockpile missiles in the sides of mountains and deep underground, but they hide the launchers. And so these are mobile launchers in many cases. Eventually, they will run out of missiles. And that is part of the reason that Israeli officials are encouraging the United States to get involved at this very moment, because they understand it's a window of opportunity. They have weakened the Iranians enough that they've taken out many of the missile launching platforms. They have struck both the Isfahan and the Natanz nuclear facilities. And they have left just really a large facility called the Fordow facility, where the most advanced part of the Iranian nuclear program is currently developing. And so if we see the Americans get involved, this is one of the likely targets, because America has bunker buster bombs. They have the ability to strike even deeper underground than the Israelis do. And according to that pilot that I spoke with earlier, an Israeli fighter jet pilot, he told me they've taken out much of the air defense around the Iranian capital. And this gives Israel the ability to start striking in deeper parts of Tehran. And we're just going to walk back out here, Jesse, because again, it's a very fluid situation when we're covering these moments. And you will notice over the past 4 days, whenever we have to make decisions, we make them very quickly. We have a security team member with us, and they address how much incoming fire we're getting, what direction it's coming from. And when they make the call, we move very quickly to get out of the way and get cover. From what I can see here, there are no direct impacts in this area. We'll get initial reports in about other parts of central Israel. We're very careful about the locations, understanding that this is a volatile situation that is changing each and every minute. Jesse?
All right, Trey, a lot of respect for your break.
My goodness. Yeah, Lord. Solve this issue
President
quickly.
Trump is now facing a big choice: either help Israel destroy Iran's nuke facility or continue to negotiate. Axios reports that Trump is seriously considering joining the war on Iran and launching a strike against its nuclear facilities. However, President Trump is still open to a deal, but says it could depend on his mood.
Are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. The cities have been blown to pieces. We've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate.
So, Kayleigh, on the right, we have a big difference of opinion here, but unlike the left, we're not afraid to show it. And you know all the players involved. So I guess I got to ask you, I want to talk about that thing. Should it matter that the mood of America, they voted for a guy who wanted to concentrate on America first. We got the guy in, and now we're here almost participating in a war. How do you explain that, say, to your MAGA friends, you know, the Tuckers and the Bannons, you know, or then you have the other side, the Rubios and the Mike Waltzes. How do you, what do you say?
So I observed America first up front and personal in term one.
And what I learned about President Trump, he's a man of action, not words. He's not a Neville Chamberlain. He is a Churchill. He is not someone who sits in a beach chair and lets history happen to him. He makes history. He acts strategically. He acts when it's in our interest. When he took out Soleimani, when he took out al-Baghdadi, when he acted in Syria, when they used chemical weapons on their own people. Every dictator in the world observed that. And you know what happened? Putin, for the first time in 4 presidencies, did not invade a sovereign country. The last and final year of his presidency, not a single American troop died in Afghanistan. You look, ISIS dismantled. He's not words, he is action. How is Bannon and the folks that you mentioned and the people advocating for just sitting back and taking it easy, how are they any different than Biden's foreign policy? Biden's foreign policy was, I say don't, and Putin does. I say don't, and the Taliban takes over Afghanistan. I say don't, and 2 global wars start on my watch. That is the Biden foreign policy. That is by no definition America first. Iran has had 5 decades, almost half a century to talk. And what they've done instead, kill 609 American troops in Iraq. What they've done is put an assassination plot on President Trump's head. What they've done is take American hostages and wreak havoc on the world. America first is not sitting in a beach chair and using words. It's taking decisive action when we can take out Fordo, the one swoop of an airplane.
All right, Jesse. We know from Trump's words and deeds, he's pretty stingy with blood and treasure. He's not a guy who's into wars. So what do you think he's going to do? Is this going to be something highly specific? If he gets involved, why isn't anybody asking what's next?
We are.
Yeah.
And some people on the right are asking that. The left isn't asking anything. They've just totally withdrawn themselves from this debate. So right now it's a maximum pressure campaign, and we control the air, and we have sanctions and espionage activities, and they have no proxies. So Donald Trump is saying to the Ayatollah, we know where you eat, we know where you sleep. I'm the one keeping you alive. Bibi wants to knock you out and put you 6 feet under. I'm keeping you alive. So here are your options. Option number 1 is you come right to the negotiating table, you sign a deal, and we take your nuclear facilities offline and out of the country. Or we take them out with bunker busters. We can do it the peaceful way, or we could do it the violent way. It's actually a choice that Khomeini has to make himself. Now, there are risks associated with using the bunker busters. You're basically taking out the only card that they have left to play. That's all their leverage. So they could lash out unpredictably, suicide bombers, dirty bombs, missile strikes against naval assets or bases in there. But it looks like this is moving so fast. Our intelligence said that Netanyahu had decided he was going to strike Iran alone or with the United States after October 7th. There was nothing we could say that would stop him, even if we were negotiating over this deal. And so Trump was like, no, and told him to chill twice. Bibi asked for bunker busters. Trump told him to back off, didn't give them to him, but then felt the Iranians were stringing him along during these negotiations. And after the deadline eclipsed, the day after, he greenlit the Israelis to go in hard. And now he likes what they've done. They've been effective with this air campaign. And now is the choice. Is he going to use these bunker busters to get the United States involved offensively in the campaign? So far, he's been very deliberate, and he's keeping all options on the table. And so far, so good. We hope he makes the right call.
Emily, how do you reconcile the differences of opinion in the MAGA movement? You have, I mean, I'm grappling with it. I was, part of the charm for me was that we weren't going to deal with foreign wars, but at the same time, I understand the threat. I don't know where to, and I don't want my opinion assigned to me from John Bolton, or whoever.
To that point, I think we elected a certain individual to represent all of our interests. And we know that his primary or final objective is peace through strength and to have no eternal wars. And so it would be that candidate, i.e. the commander-in-chief, President Trump, that would hold our faith that we know come hell or high water, he's going to get to that endpoint. But I agree with you. And that's why we see that kaleidoscope of opinions that people have, right? Intervention, how much is that, right? There's different definitions, essentially, of intervention. Some consider even the use of one B-22, that is indeed intervening, that is potentially risking blood and treasure. And there are others that say, no, this is exactly, sort of a minimal step, and anything short of intense investment is less than what we're talking about here. But I think your question of what's next and asking that question, that's the right question, because the reality is we inherited what we learned from this prior administration is that inaction furthers the interests of our enemies. Iran has been emboldened and equipped and was incentivized to terrorize Israel and also American interests over and over and over again. So we inherit that situation. And Michael Oren said this, the Israeli former ambassador to the U.S., that with this scenario, President Trump has the opportunity to become the greatest peacemaker of this century, because everyone else just tried to curb the nuclear threat. But here we're trying to potentially totally eradicate it. And then what if the result is actually the annihilation, the failure of the Islamic regime? And then we ask, what's next? Well, what would be the positive? Look, not irrespective of the big Charlie Foxtrot that could be, an enemy whose identity is based on the death and destruction of America, the great Satan, and Israel, extinguished. Sovereignty of the countries around it and the demilitarization potentially of Yemen and Gaza, expanding the Abraham Accords. The impact on our security and our global economy is truly direct. So for me, I think the other alternative is waiting around for them to blackmail us, for Iran to say, oh, guess what? Oh, you're not going to do this? Here's a nuke. So I think the only option for peace is some type of intervention. And I trust our commander-in-chief to represent that well.
So, Jessica, this is a situation where you find yourself on the same side as President Trump. And both of you have an affinity towards Israel. Correct?
Definitely.
So
yeah.
What is your take on what he's doing and what America should do and what's next?
So my take on what he's doing is that he's doing what Bibi wants to do. So he had made it clear over and over that he wanted a diplomatic path. And yes, it was day 61, and he had said, you have 60 days. But he had been planning to have his team meet just 2 days later on the Sunday to try to go through the 6th round of talks. And he wanted a new nuke deal, even though the parameters of it were basically just the old deal that he had ripped up. So Bibi decided, this is my chance. And Trump had no choice but to go along with it. And the New York Times is reporting today, just to make everyone at the table feel a little bit more powerful, that not only was it that this is what Israel decided to do, but that Donald Trump liked Fox's coverage of the Operation Rising Lion. And everyone was talking about what genius it was, because it was a genius operation on the part of the Israelis, and that he wanted to be able to claim some credit for himself of that. And, America first, I get it, Trump doctrines. He's not someone that deals in a ton of specificity. It can vary. True. It really is. Look at his word choices.
You've been in the Situation Room with him.
I can read. I can see his post. Okay, so the one
he took out Soleimani. He took out al-Baghdadi.
Haley, I heard you, and I heard that he was Winston Churchill. But if he's saying on Truth Social
what
today,
was Joe Biden? Did that work? Did that work? The beach chair foreign policy?
Just let me finish. It's not that bad. It's just 2 minutes. I'll be done. A minute and a half now. Probably just a minute. Jessica,
you're down to a minute 15.
Okay. So he's a minute. Okay. He's posting using we. That's the pronoun that he's using for this. So he's saying, we know where you are, and we're deciding not to kill you. We're in control of the Iranian skies. We has the implication that we are now in this fight with them, that it has happened already, whether or not we give them the B-2 bombers and take out the nuclear site that's built into the mountain, Fordo, I think it's called. What's also interesting about what's going on is that it appears that Tulsi Gabbard has been iced out. So Peter Doocy was reporting earlier that there was a meeting last week at Camp David, all the intel chiefs, Tulsi not invited. And Donald Trump yesterday, when he was speaking on Air Force One, someone said, Tulsi testified just back in March that Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon. And he goes, I don't care what she said. And I have a lot of disagreements with Tulsi and her policy, but she is a very clear war dove, right? That was part of the reason that she liked Donald Trump. Why didn't he invite her? She's a DNI.
No, what I'm saying is Trump's response was to the reporter, meaning I don't care. But it was about the question, not necessarily about
then why didn't she get to go to Camp David?
You're talking about gossip, Jessica. We're talking about war and peace, death.
Some reason I didn't see the GOAT, Dr. Luke, God bless you. He said, Trump is being responsible and acting mature. They're coming for you, Dr. Luke. The liberals in the chat, they're coming for you. Anyway, shout out to Terry, the Bama girl. Here we go.
And destruction. And
Our
you're
very
talking
own
about
Peter
gossip.
Doocy.
Okay,
No, I'm not.
We asked you, or he asked you, what you thought of this situation, and it's all gossip and like it doesn't matter
I'm
all
sorry
that
that
stuff.
I didn't call him
What do you
Winston
think we
Churchill.
should do about Iran? What do you think the commander-in-chief has done so far? What do you think about our allies, the balance of power in the Middle East? You don't have anything to say.
That's
You're
not
just
true.
It sounds like Us Weekly.
It's harder to defend two global wars in Jessica's defense and the losing of a country to the Taliban.
Kaylee, I'm
That's much harder to
totally
defend.
capable of defending myself, and I did express what I thought
Uh-oh.
about it. I
Well,
think that Bibi is in charge of what's going on.
And do you think
Bibi,
that's good or bad, Jessica?
Listen, I think it is a lot easier to say that Iran deserves to lose its nuclear program and to be wiped out than what's going on the Gaza side. And he has a lot more support for that, including from the Republican base. There's interesting polling that the GOP senators are using, which show actually that the MAGA base is supportive. Oh, Kaylee's nodding. So now we're
I agree with you. I agree with you.
You got to say, she's strong to be, between the wolves, conservatives, and she's a liberal, but she's been standing her ground. And that's what America stands for. No matter who you support, your party, you have the right to say what your opinion are or your opinions are. So it is what it is. All right, back to the United States. What's up?
But here's the most important thing that Democrats like Brad Lander are missing. According to a new NBC poll, 51% of Americans say that they support Trump's handling of immigration and the border. 49% disagreed. And Jessica, you put that on top of DHS, which has confirmed that 75% of ICE arrests in Trump's first 100 days were criminals with convictions or pending charges. So I think that's reflected in the majority of Americans saying yes and thank you.
Well, yes and thank you would be more than basically 50-50. So that's within the margin of error. This used to be his best issue, 10 plus points advantage. And there were a couple other recent polls where he was -6 and -11 on immigration. In terms of the stat, about 75% have been convicted or pending charges. Those pending charges are doing a lot of work. And the reverse of it is that 70% of people who have been detained haven't been convicted of anything, which is the threshold for people getting their due process. So there are folks sitting in cells, perhaps waiting for their day in court, or if they're lucky enough to be, sent to a foreign gulag, and they haven't actually been arraigned. No one has seen them in a court of law to decide whether or not they actually committed these crimes. What's going on with Brad Lander, who was accompanying a migrant to his immigration hearing, and he's done this a few times, is broadly speaking where the American people are, which is that if somebody is going about this the right way, if they've been in this country and they have not committed a crime, not been convicted of something, that they should be able to stay here or at least to get their due process. And I think that the images of the masked agents, pulling a candidate for mayor and our comptroller aside are going to be very resonant with folks. Importantly, Donald Trump's policy on immigration seemed like it was changing a couple days ago. Remember when he posted, he said, if people work in agriculture, they shouldn't get picked up. And if people work at hotels, et cetera, like he used to employ a lot of people at his properties. And it seems like Stephen Miller is back in charge. And I think that that's a bad thing for the country. And I think it's a bad thing for the president's immigration policy because that flies in the face of where public opinion is. I don't know why Trump has completely ceded control to Miller in terms of this, but it's not a good look and it's not going to float well with the governors that run states that have a lot of these people that keep them in business, big agriculture states, big states with, hotels, leisure, et cetera.
But Greg, isn't that the whole point? Right now, the AG is literally investigating local cops for cooperating with ICE. She's probing them, and yet it is a felony to obstruct federal proceedings. That's what we watched play out, was representing Americans.
Look, I mean, again, Us Weekly, somebody's arguing with this person. Some person's in charge of that. Look, here's the big problem. The Democrats almost single-handedly destroyed the appeal and necessity of legal immigration. Invading is just easier than waiting in line. For a party that claims to love immigration, who tells us over and over again, we are a nation of immigrants to no end, you just screwed over millions of legal, ideal immigrants, the ones who played by the rules, by telling them the process doesn't matter. Come along here. Oh, and then you you demand empathy from us? Where was the empathy for the missing, exploited children? Where was the empathy for the victims of illegal criminals? Where was the empathy for the cities that were burdened by all these people we were paying for their hotel rooms? There's not a single media hack or Democrat that can demand any kind of empathy from us. It's over. Now the adults are in charge. You guys made this mess. You know what? It kills me. You guys created this mess, Democrats, and there's a guy that's trying to correct it. And what do? You sue him. It reminds me of when a guy performs CPR on a crash victim and saves her life and she sues him for cracking her rib. They don't want to be saved. I want to know why you are stopping this process. It's not about the process. You are using the process as a way to prevent the goal. If you believe that we should have a border, then you should be supporting the process, but you don't really want a border.
Right, Kayleigh, the LA mayor said it's uncertainty in our city now about this, but what about the uncertainty of all of those illegal immigrants that have been accused of crimes and convicted of crimes and the money going toward them instead of vets? I mean, that's uncertainty. That's destability.
Yeah, that's right. And the mayor should take a page from President Trump because she's lost the American public on this issue. I mean, Jessica, you bring up the polling a lot on immigration, and I noticed you dismissed the NBC poll as within the margin of error. But the fact is, President Trump has majority approval on immigration in the NBC poll. I will take that over the lowest approval rating since Jimmy Carter, which is what President Biden had. Democrats have lost the American public. They are hapless. They're flailing around. They don't know what to do. So what are they doing? Stunts. This Brad Lander guy. I consider myself a student of politics. I didn't know Brad Lander, but he got camera time. Then you go to Alex Padilla. He's a sitting senator, yes, but very few people knew him. He wasn't like a Kamala Harris or someone with a ton of notoriety, but he gets camera time. Then you bring in the congressmen and women in Newark who stormed the detention facility. Again, their names evade me. It was all about camera time. Then you get to the guy with the impeachment with the floppy hair who had the animal rights problems in his background. Don't remember that guy's name. They're all performing stunts. They all want to be the face of the resistance. It doesn't work. Trump has majority approval and yes, put Stephen Miller in charge because he got you majority approval on one of the top issues to the American people. Jesse, what do you think?
Well, we took a poll in November and 160 million people said the Democrats are crazy. That's a pretty accurate poll. I mean, you seem to know a lot about public opinion, Jessica, but you just got shellacked. The point Greg made is perfect. We're not listening to you anymore on illegal immigration. I love you, Jessica, with all of my heart, but we don't even care what you say anymore. It doesn't even matter.
That's how this relationship really works.
You came in and you wrecked our house. And we're trying to clean it up.
Yeah, it looks
and
great.
not only are you not helping clean us up, but you're criticizing the way we're doing it. No, if you really cared about getting the illegals out, especially the criminals, you always talk about the criminals, then every time we call an ICE detention center in LA County, can we pick up this bad hombre? He's wanted on sex trafficking charges. Oh, no, sorry, we just let him go. If you really cared about getting the criminals out, you wouldn't have sanctuary cities there to protect them. And I'm sorry, Jessica. You were so wrong about this poll. The 70% number?
Yeah.
Okay. Half of them are people already convicted. The other half had been arrested for DUI, fentanyl trafficking, child rape, and they're just waiting for.
Oh, my goodness. Shout out to the GOAT one more time. Shout out to Dr. Luke. He says, great video selection, Genesis. Liberals are not at the grown-up table anymore. Act like a child, get a child's say. Liberals are not at the grown-up table anymore. Act like a child, get a child's say, says the GOAT. Dr. Luke, God bless you. Here we go.
For their trial. And then the other people you say haven't been convicted, you know who they are? Those are people who've already been deported and then came back into the country and get caught again. And they include people who an immigration judge has already ruled they're deported, but they're on the lam. And they include people who are wanted for other crimes in foreign countries. God, I hate having to fact check you every day.
Yeah, I don't think that we were looking at the same poll.
It's the exact same one. I just read it properly.
By the way, that final category you just said, the deported multiple times and foreign crime, that's the status of the guy that was just now charged with attempted murder for throwing Molotov cocktails at law enforcement in LA during the riot.
What a guy.
All right, guys, up next, city-run grocery stores freezing.
This country can't even spell correctly. Every time liberals want to make a point, they just make it so aggressive, and of course, no points. They make 0 points, and they insult in the chat. It's all about insulting in the chat. We're gonna have to pray for liberals. Okay. All right, back to it.
Over time, we have the capability to render that particular site ineffective. It's obviously underneath a mountain, and I think the engineers are contributing to how you do that, but it likely has to collapse down on itself. So I think it's achievable, but it's a formidable target.
That's General Jack Keane with us last hour, talking about the challenge posed by Iran's Fordo nuclear plant, which so far has not been touched in this war, we believe, based on the reporting there. It's believed to be located about 300 feet beneath a mountain. It could potentially be taken out by an American bomb known as a bunker buster. Meanwhile, at the White House, we expect the president to meet with his national security team at any time now. He came back from the G7 in Canada a day early for that meeting in person. Dan Hoffman's with me now. And Dan, good morning to you. Take us through the thought process before you start blowing up mountains in Iran. Take us through the thought process on behalf of the Israelis/United States on this first, and then we'll get to the Iranian question.
Yeah, Bill, I can tell you from my decades-long career at CIA, we don't do policy at the CIA. We recruit spies and steal secrets, but I was a backbencher many times during policy deliberations of this sort. And what I expect the president will be hearing from his advisors are, what are the options to get to the end state that we want? And remember why the Trump administration withdrew from the JCPOA in the first Trump administration. It was because of the nuclear program, the sunset clauses, because JCPOA did not deal with Iran's ballistic missile program, as well as Iran's proxy terrorist network. And so right now we've got a better opportunity than we've ever had before to deal with those three challenges for our national security. It doesn't mean we have to blow up Fordo, but it does mean that Iran is going to have to, in the words of their supreme leader, drink from the poison chalice and agree to a serious round of negotiations where we get to the end state that we want.
When liberals come in the chat and they call me names and they try to throw their tantrums, it's like, you think you're affecting me? No, you're not. Okay. Enjoy the show.
Intelligence collection is going to be key on Iran's plans and intentions, their military, their intelligence, and their clerics. I imagine that we're on a full court press to provide the president with what he needs.
Well, let's talk about the Iranian side here on the ballistic missiles. It's essentially because they have no air power to control the skies. Ballistic missiles are about the only thing they have to threaten Iran today. Benjamin Netanyahu said the other day, if you do not halt their missile program, they could build 3,600 a year. Well, we believe when the war started 5 days ago that they had 3,000. I thought of those 3,000, about 1,000 had the ability to travel the 1,500 kilometers or 900 miles from Tehran to Tel Aviv. And if the Iranians have already fired 400 of those missiles, they have a calculation to make, Dan, because that country right now is cornered and will be even more so very soon.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and as you noted, Israel owns the skies. Remember, a year ago, April, Israel destroyed Iran's air defenses. Israel's got covert operatives on the ground. They've been lethally targeting Iran's military, senior military leaders, and their nuclear scientists. Israel owns the battle space. And Iran's regime security right now is more tenuous than it's ever been since going back to its war against Iraq in the 1980s. And so the question is whether we are going to strike a deal now, as President Trump would like to do now. Maybe Iran won't want to make a deal. And maybe they'll rush for a nuclear weapon now, in which case we may not have any other choice than to pursue a military option. But I would expect this president to pursue every and all available means to negotiate a way out of this, if indeed there is an opportunity to do so.
All right, there was a report, I don't know if it's the case, but there was a report that the Iranian leadership those who are still in power and alive, said don't communicate by our regular communications anymore. The suggestion there I took away is that the Iranians have infiltrated that entire country. And just the thought on what they've been able to execute here, literally, when you've got a brand new leader of the army get taken out within a matter of days after he was elevated to that job.
Listen, the key thing in wartime is to find, fix, and finish your targets, and that depends on intelligence. Israel's got Iran wired, and they're able to collect on everyone's location, just like they did with Hezbollah and the pager operation, Bill. And that gives Israel a significant upper hand, as we've seen in this war.
Dan, nice to see you. Thanks. We'll talk again very soon. Dan Hoffman with his analysis. Thank you.
God bless y'all for tuning in. God bless y'all for tuning in. Here we go.
Donald Trump's ordering the Iranians to surrender unconditionally. Last night, he warned everybody to flee the capital, and now Tehran's a ghost town. Surgical strikes target Iranian nuclear scientists and military commanders have taken their toll. Windows have turned to powder, and the lobby of buildings are gone. Overnight, Israel continued to pummel missile and drone infrastructure in the western part of the country. Tel Aviv says they've destroyed over 120 Iranian missile launchers since Thursday. That's about 40% of their missile capacity. They also took out Iran's top general early this morning. He was only at the job for 4 days after his old boss was executed. Israel's already slaughtered 11 senior Iranian generals, but the regime is retaliating tonight with a barrage of ballistic missile strikes against the Jewish state. Our very own Trey Yingst just had to duck for cover in Tel Aviv on the 5.
Air defense systems are currently active over Tel Aviv with hundreds of thousands of people into bomb shelters at this moment. Unhook. Get off. All right, we got it. We're going to move. Okay. Stay with us. Stay with us. Stay with us. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving.
The IDF says 80 to 90% of Iran's missiles are being intercepted by the Iron Dome and by U.S. missile defense systems in the region. And they have something up their sleeve. Israel says the Beeper operation will seem simple compared to what it has in store next. The Israeli ambassador is promising a number of surprises when the dust settles within the next 24 hours. Netanyahu still isn't ruling out an assassination strike against the Ayatollah.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict. We've had half a century of conflict spread by this regime that terrorizes everyone in the Middle East, has bombed the Aramco oil fields in Saudi Arabia, is spreading terrorism and subversion and sabotage everywhere. That's the forever war is what Iran wants, and they're bringing us to the brink of nuclear war.
Netanyahu says killing the Iranian leader will be the end of the conflict, but it could also be the beginning of the conflict, because the next Ayatollah could be even nastier. The White House's thinking right now is it's the Ayatollah you know versus the Ayatollah you don't know. That's not to say Trump couldn't decide to swoop in and do some gigantic action. Trump already rejected Israel's original plan for regime change, but he wants Khomeini to know that he's the one keeping him alive. Quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader's hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin." Trump says the Iranians missed the opportunity of a lifetime.
I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal.
Trump always wanted a deal, but Netanyahu, after October 7th, had decided he was going to strike Iran anyway, with or without the United States, regardless of whether we were negotiating. Netanyahu even asked Trump for the bunker busters, but Trump said no and was focused on signing a deal, but began to feel the Iranians were stringing us along. And after they missed their deadline and the clock ran out, he let Israel go hard the very next day. And now Trump has a big decision to make. The U.S. and Israel control the airspace over Iran. Their proxies have been gutted. Our sanctions are strangling the country, and Israel's conducting sabotage and espionage activity inside of their borders. The U.S. naval assets have surged into the region, encircling the regime in the Arabian Sea, the Gulf, and in the Mediterranean. Sources say B-52s are stationed in the Indian Ocean within striking distance of Iran. And Trump says this country cannot have a nuclear weapon.
It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon. Or what are you looking for here? An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end. So something that will be permanent. Yeah. Or giving up entirely. Is that okay too? Are you close there? Are you possible? Is that possible in the next 24 hours? Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible.
Trump's orchestrating a massive pressure campaign to ensure the Iranians never get a nuke. Politico says it's the most consequential decision of his presidency. The Trump administration doesn't want to barrel into risky missions or regime changes, but they recognize there's a historic window of opportunity to solve a problem that's vexed U.S. presidents for decades: how to fully eliminate the Iranian nuclear program. Does the president authorize American pilots to fly B-2 bombers over Iran and drop a series of bunker busters on Fordow, the underground Iranian nuclear facility? Or does he let the Israeli air campaign put Khomeini under so much pressure that he crawls back to the negotiating table and signs away his nuke program peacefully? Trump met with his national security team earlier today and is carefully deliberating. The president just finished a call with Netanyahu this afternoon and is keeping all options on the table. He's considering dispatching J.D. Vance and negotiator Steve Witkoff to the region, while also getting assets in place if he decides to strike. Israel can't eliminate the Iranian nuclear threat by themselves. They have their own bunker busters, but none of them are powerful enough to pierce 300 feet deep underground. There's only one bomb for the job, and we have it. The MOP. The massive ordnance penetrator weighs 30,000 pounds. It's so heavy that it can only be lifted by an American B-2 bomber. And once it drops, it explodes horizontally and vertically. We've been working on it for 20 years. Trump tested one during his first term, and it's fully operational. We've used variations of bunker busters in the past, in the Iraq War, to destroy deep Iraqi command centers, and then in the Afghanistan war to target al-Qaeda caves. They look like this.
Whoa. Whoa.
Using bunker busters against Iran's nuke sites doesn't come without a risk. The Iranians have stated that if the United States does take offensive action against them, they'll target U.S. bases and the U.S. Navy in the region. If we decimate their nuke site, we'll take away their only leverage, and they could lash out unpredictably. A dirty bomb, suicide bombers, assassination attempts. Who knows? We'd have to deal with the consequences. The United States targeting Iran's nuclear facilities doesn't necessarily lead to regime change. It could domino into regime change, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee it. The commander-in-chief has campaigned against regime change and expensive quagmires, but in the first term, he wasn't shy about taking decisive action to eliminate threats when opportunities presented themselves, striking Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, and bombing ISIS off the map. No one in the administration is considering putting boots on the ground. That's what we think. But bunker busters against Iranian nuke sites would be a bold and dramatic escalation. J.D. Vance says whatever he decides, Trump will make the right call. Quote, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy, but I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue. And having seen this up close and personal, I can assure you that he is only interested in using the American military to accomplish American people's goals.
Oh, my goodness. What I just saw with that bomb, man, please, Lord. Trump, I support you, but don't drop that bomb. Please don't give the order to drop that bomb now. Still try to negotiate with the Iranians if it's possible, or some other I don't know, some other results, but that bomb, oh my goodness. Hoo-wee.
Now, less than 24 hours after Donald Trump warned everyone to evacuate Tehran. Wow. Donald Trump puts out this on social media. The highways out of Iran's capital were absolutely, positively packed with cars. Millions appear to be listening to Donald Trump and taking the president's words rightly very seriously. Unfortunately, over the past 2 months, the mullahs of Iran, they failed to do the same. As the president put it, quote, Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame, a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, unquote. That is the Trump doctrine, for those of you that don't understand. It is common sense. Big part of the Trump platform, he would say it over and over again. Our platform is that of common sense. The #1 state sponsor of terrorism that has threatened to wipe Israel and the United States off the map repeatedly and fired either themselves or through their proxies, what are hundreds of thousands of rockets over the years at this small country. This is something the president has emphasized over and over again. He has done it over the years. Look at your screen and watch.
Believe me, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, that I can tell you. Most importantly, the United States and Israel can declare with one voice that Iran must never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. Never, ever. Reaffirm that Iran must never be allowed to obtain, under any circumstances, a nuclear weapon. In order to ensure, the other big move, the Iranian regime never obtains nuclear weapons. A regime with this track record must never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Thank you very much.
Now, take a look at your screen. The president, look at this. He has been saying these exact words going back to 2011, steady, firm, and consistent. And tonight, the American people overwhelmingly agree the country's most accurate pollsters, that would be Trafalgar, Insider Advantage. They nailed the 2016, 2020, 2024 presidential elections. They posed the following question, and it is right to the heart of the issue here. What is your opinion of President Trump's position that Iran must be prevented?
And that's the thing about Trump. Okay, this is the thing about Trump. This guy has been saying the same thing on tariffs. He said the same thing about China and the unfair trade deal China has had with the United States for years. I'm saying when this guy was in his 30s, in the 70s. Okay? This guy has been saying the same thing. This is why I voted for Trump, because, of course, nobody is without blame. Okay, nobody is just holy. Of course, God has that crown. Okay, we are human beings. We make mistakes. It is what it is. But this guy, Trump, has been consistent for years. I'm talking years. Before he became a Republican, and Oprah Winfrey and everybody, in the Democrat Party turned on him, and now all of a sudden he's a bad guy. But it is what it is.
From developing a nuclear weapon, adding, by any means necessary. Take a look at your screen. A whopping 75% of the American people agree with the president. And according to a Harvard-Harris poll, 85% of voters say Iran should not be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. A majority of voters also want the president to take out Iran's nuclear program with a military operation. And another poll, from Insider Advantage, has the president's approval rating above water, 10 points above water, outpacing past two-term presidents by far. Now, this brings us to a critical question at this hour. Israel has successfully now targeted 2 of the 3 most major Iranian nuclear facilities. The third location, the Fordow enrichment plant that Jennifer Griffin was talking about, is buried deep under a mountain. This is south of Tehran. This is believed to be the most significant and secretive nuclear facility inside of Iran. In order to prevent the mullahs from getting a nuclear weapon, This facility must be destroyed. Tonight, the way I see it, there are three options. One, Israel could use a tactical nuclear weapon to wipe out the site. They don't have bunker buster bombs. That would obviously be not only highly controversial, but come with massive risks to the region. It is not a good option. Option number two, Israel can send in a team of commandos on the ground, also very risky with a much lower chance of success. The third best option involves the United States of America, our military, which is equipped with these 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs capable of penetrating that mountain. Israel does not have this critical weapon in its arsenal, and they do not possess the large bombers that are capable of dropping an ordnance of that size. So now President Trump has a decision to make. Will he deliver the final blow to Iran's nuclear program? Will he rid the world of this clear and present danger and this existential threat? Will he end Iran's threat of nuclear terror once and for all and make the world a safer place for generations to come? This is not an easy decision for anybody. And let me be clear. It is not without its own risks. But ask yourself these questions. Would the world be better off without the world's #1 state sponsor of terror that has fired hundreds of thousands of missiles into Israel, either by themselves or through their proxies? Should they have nuclear weapons? Do the people of Israel and the rest of the region deserve a chance to live in peace without the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran? They would hold the world hostage. How many rockets, ask yourself, launched into our country, a small town, a big city in the United States? How many missiles would it take for you to demand that your country fight back? And again, this isn't just about Israel. All of Israel's neighbors in the Arab world, they want Iran's nuclear program dismantled. Nobody's speaking out on behalf of Iran. This is also about the United States. The Islamic Republic of Iran doesn't just threaten Israel. They have vowed to destroy our country, kill our people. Let's go back to your screen. The threats and acts of violence have been nonstop since the Iranian Revolution. That was in 1979. Jimmy Carter was president. Remember, Iran's extremists under the Ayatollah Khomeini, their regime seized America's embassy in Tehran. They took 66 American hostage, 444 days. Iran was also behind the 1983 Beirut bombing of a Marine Corps barracks. 241 Marines died that day. A suicide bombing at America's embassy in Beirut that killed 17 Americans, also directed by Iran. The mullahs were also behind the attack of the Khobar Towers, killing another 17 American troops. Shia militias, backed by Iran, have also been responsible for countless deadly terror attacks against the U.S. Troops in Iraq. Iran also launched a massive missile attack on U.S. bases in Iraq in 2020, injuring over 100 American servicemen and women. There were also reportedly multiple attempts by Iran to assassinate President Trump. Remember, we've talked a lot about Iranian assassination squads, thanks to Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Mayorkas, complicit media, and complicit Democrats that told us the border was closed and secure and lied to us. Anyway, by the supreme leader threatening all-out war against the United States this year. 2 years ago, Iran vowing that the U.S. would suffer heavy losses. Iran's naval commander threatened to sink U.S. ships in the Gulf. In 2022, Iran declared that it can use nuclear missiles to turn New York into hellish ruins. And, of course, the unofficial motto of Iran: death to Israel, death to America. And by the way, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There is a new threat issued almost every day. Do you really want a country like that in possession of a nuclear weapon, or would the world be wise and smart, and would we be applying common sense by taking this threat out while we own the skies over the entire country of Iran? Sadly, the Democratic Party, they're too busy playing politics, being crazy, to even care. In addition to the riots and the anti-Semitism, obsession with gender identity, now Senator Tim Kaine, he's now trying to shield Iran, limit Trump's authority as commander-in-chief with a new resolution that would require congressional approval before any action against Iran. Of course, Tim Kaine didn't push for a similar bill when a mentally inept and cognitively compromised Joe Biden was president. For the crazy Democratic Party, everything's about power and politics. Now, this all started with Barack Obama. How we never got to the bottom of that idiotic Iranian deal, payloads of cash given to Iran, $1.7 billion. That cash payment alone, bankrolling hundreds of ballistic missiles and fomenting terror all throughout the region. Over 1 million rockets you can buy with that amount of money. Joe Biden, well, he let them get even richer because he didn't enforce the sanctions that was bankrupting Iran that Donald Trump had put in place. And now, per usual, it is up to Donald Trump to clean up their mess. The good news, our president has a plan. It is not forever wars. That is part of the Trump doctrine. Or boots on the ground. That is not part of the Trump doctrine. Common sense is, and Iran not having a nuclear weapon also is. Iran will simply never have one. And the threat posed by the Islamic Republic will be over. Hey, Sean Hannity.
Please, man. Look, I'm saying this. Iran should please sign the deal. Sign the goddamn deal, man. Sign it.
You heard from the Iranians.
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
That with a G7 before the president left late last night up in Canada there. And this is the truth social that they sent out. Everyone should immediately evacuate it. Easier said than done in the city of Tehran. The city itself has upwards of 9.5 to 10 million people. The surrounding metropolitan area of Tehran, upwards of 17 million. The country itself is massive. It's about the size of Alaska. It's twice the size of Texas. You could take 75 Israels and put it inside, fit it inside the geography of Iran. That's what you're dealing with here. The borders are extensive and long with Iraq. It's about 1,000 miles in length. Several up here with Armenia and Azerbaijan. Turkmenistan, you see as well. Afghanistan. Pakistan's got a border that extends about 500 miles. This is, thus far, what these neighboring countries have done. Pakistan announced its borders closed yesterday. Azerbaijan has done it as well. The airspace is closed over Tehran. Many of those taillights you see in the video that we've been showing for the last 2 days, it's been reported that many folks who live in Tehran are heading north to the Caspian Sea. There's the taillights there on the highways. They are jammed at night. It is so easy to see based on the video when the night gets dark. And up here, just back on the map quickly, this is the Caspian Sea in the north here. And that's where they believe a lot of folks are trying to seek refuge at the moment. General Jack Keene's with us now. And General, thank you for your time yet again with Jack and me. Jackie, why don't you begin with that specific question that we were talking about from the New York Times? Let's start there.
General Keene, thank you for being here. I guess the real question that everyone's facing right now and the president is facing is how does this become a successful operation? And there's a lot of suggestion that it can't be a success if Fordo is still enriching at the end of it. But the U.S. military has been sort of mapping out what this would look like. And here's what the New York Times writes. The exercises led to the conclusion that one bomb would not solve the problem. Any attack on Fordo would have to come in waves, with B-2s releasing one bomb after another down the same hole. And the operation would have to be executed by an American pilot and crew. Is there a second option, a ground option that the president might have on his menu of choices?
Well, certainly there are a number of options, and the real issue is that if the United States is going to do something here, it's likely going to be from the air because we have that capability. And let me say that if the United States was leading this campaign and Israel was supporting us, this would be a very complex and challenging set of targets to deal with Iran's complete nuclear enterprise that exceeds more than 12 bases out there where this enterprise is located, and some of them are buried under the ground. And they've spread out their enrichment, they've spread out their centrifuges to make this a difficult challenge. And the Ayatollah and his people have always had the thought, and this is why they never dismantled their nuclear program as a result of negotiations. They believed that they could absorb an air attack, and because so many of their capability is buried under the ground, they can survive that air attack in terms of capability, recover, and rebuild. They've always considered that to be a better option than voluntarily dismantling the program, which is what the Obama administration wanted them to do, and they conceded it very early in the negotiations and gave up the idea. That is the Obama administration. The Trump administration worked it for many, many weeks and got the same response pretty much from the Ayatollah and his negotiators. They weren't about to do it. And the reason is pretty obvious, because if he voluntarily gave it up with verification, it's gone. An airstrike, as complex, as tough as it is, he believes, and he has advisors to tell him that, he can survive it and recover the enterprise and rebuild it and still put a nuclear package together that will threaten Israel and the region. That's where these guys are.
General, just getting word now out of Tel Aviv, the Israeli military saying it's completed yet another wave of attacks in western Iran, saying that happened a short time ago. Look at the U.S. Navy assets in the region. We were told yesterday the USS Nimitz was heading westbound through the Singapore Strait. We certainly want to make sure that our 40,000 men and women in that region are taken care of and in good safekeeping. Back to this bunker buster possibility. 30,000-pound weapon dropped by a B-2 bomber, possibly on this mountain. What is your level of confidence that one or two or more could do the job?
I have no idea how many it would take. I leave that to the people that are involved in the details of planning, if that's what's taken place. But I do think over time, we have the capability to render that particular site ineffective. It's obviously underneath a mountain, and I think the engineers are contributing to how you do that, but it likely has to collapse down on itself. So I think it's achievable, but it's a formidable target, and it would take likely successive attacks to do it. But the reality is, the issue is, what if we don't do that? And what if we take a knee that some people are saying that this is going to lead to another forever war? And let's take that off the table pretty quick here. The United States and Israel has no intention of conducting a ground invasion of Iran, similar to what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan, the purpose of which was for regime change, was for occupation, which led to nation building. And the length of that protracted the war, and that is a lousy taste people have in their mouth about it. But that's not on the plan here for anybody. This is an air campaign by Israel, and if the United States get involved in it, we are supporting that air campaign with a limited but very focused attack on maybe one or two of their buried facilities. And that's it.
Yeah, understood.
And then we would have to prepare for retaliation, was what you're just describing. The assets in the region are not only to protect our troops that are in those multiple bases, 40,000, but also to retaliate against Iran, and that would be quite decisively if they attacked us as a result of our participation in the campaign, or just attacked us in general.
Just to be clear, my question was not implying that it would be any sort of land invasion. It was just whether or not that asset, that 30,000-pound bomb, could do the job, and maybe it's.
Oh my goodness, man. Whew. Iran signed the deal, and let this whole issue just die down, and we start again from the scratch, okay? Sign the deal.
Bill, as this conflict escalates, the U.S. is ramping up defenses in the Middle East amid fears of a wider war. Lucas Tomlinson's live at the Pentagon with the latest for us. Lucas, what are you hearing over there?
Good morning, Jackie. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered the Nimitz aircraft carrier strike group to the Middle East to join the Vincent strike group already on station in the region. U.S. forces have not participated in any airstrikes inside Iran. Here is the Defense Secretary earlier on Jesse Waters.
What you're watching in real time is peace through strength and America first. Our job is to be strong. We are postured defensively in the region to be strong in pursuit of a peace deal. And we certainly hope that's what happens here. And America first means we're going to defend American personnel and American interests.
Now, Jackie, it's not clear if the whole Nimitz strike group, including its full complement of guided missile destroyers and likely an attack submarine, are headed to the Middle East. Nimitz and some of her escorts were spotted yesterday crossing the Singapore Strait, steaming west after leaving the South China Sea. This is the final deployment for Nimitz, having been at sea for nearly half a century. On board are squadrons of F-18 Super Hornet strike aircraft and Electronic Warfare Squadron 2. Back in 1980, helicopters from Nimitz launched the failed rescue of American hostages in Tehran. And over a dozen U.S. Air Force tankers are flying to the Middle East from Europe right now. Some people are also watching Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home to the B-2 stealth bombers. But some officials say bunker busters from the B-2s might not get the job done in Fordo, Iran's nuclear enrichment site buried deep underground 2 hours south of Tehran. Israel instead could call in an elite Air Force commando unit, 5101 Shaldag, to do the job. And recall back in September, Jackie, Shaldag infiltrated a Syrian underground missile facility where the Iranians were sending missiles to aid Hezbollah. Jackie?
All right, keep an eye on that. Lucas Tomlinson at the Pentagon, thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy. Meanwhile, if America does get involved, what would it take to destroy Iran's underground nuclear facilities? I mean, they're literally dug into mountains. For example, the Fordo fuel enrichment plant, which is reported to be 300 feet underground, to be capable of producing a nuclear warhead in as little as 2 to 3 days. That, according to the Institute for Science and International Security. So here to break it down, what it would look like and what we need is Brent Sadler, Heritage Foundation Senior Fellow, former Navy captain, Pentagon official. Brent, do we have what it takes to blow up what they have?
Absolutely. We have the capability to go after it. Of course, there's going to be some risk on getting there and then assuring that you got everything inside that underground facility destroyed.
What would it take? For example, we hear the mother of all bombs. We hear bunker busters that we've dropped before. But is it your belief that we need B-2 or B-52s to drop that? And where would they be located?
Yeah, I think you're talking about the GBU-57, which is the most advanced bomb that's developed to go after these kind of facilities. That actually is designed for the B-2. The B-52 was used in testing. It could perhaps be retrofitted, maybe some Rube Goldberg kind of engineering to make it possible to go off the back end of a C-130, which is what was used to employ a mother of all bombs in southern Afghanistan that during Trump's first term.
How many would we need to destroy it as you know it, as Fordo has been described to you?
Well, certainly, even with the GBU-57, I think you're looking at several. One to kind of burrow down and open a pathway, then another one to get even further to the most deeply buried parts of this facility, and also not being completely familiar with the bedrock and the structure. If it's a very strong one, you're probably going to have to use a couple more. So probably 4 of these or more to really do the job.
Is it feasible that we could train Israeli pilots to do this and keep it their own operation? Because they're using our stuff already.
It's feasible. I mean, things like this have been done in the past in military history. The Israelis do operate C-130s, and if this can be engineered such that the GBU-57 could be dropped out the back end of C-130, which has the lift capacity, maybe the range also, to reach it, it's in the realm of possible.
Is it possible to script a ground operation? Because the Israelis have surprised us time and time again with the way they were poised to hit Iran, from the beepers to the walkie-talkie follow-up. Do you think there might be a ground operation scripted?
It's possible. It comes with a lot of risk because how far inside Iran this is. The Israelis have done this before in Syria. They've done it with other facilities around the world where they've had to go in and destroy a threat. This, however, is a completely different and a whole nother kind of category. So possible, yes. Risky, and given the chaos in Iran, there may be some thought given to it. But the best is if the Iranians capitulate and access is immediately assured for the Israelis to put boots on the ground, verify what's in there, and then destroy everything that they see at this site.
Here's what Mark Dubowitz told us this morning. He's the CEO of Foundation for Democracies. He says, he explained that to inflict real damage, more than just bunker busters, including stealth, they'll need a stealth delivery platform like the B-2 to penetrate advanced defenses and deliver it. They're going to need intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. I'm led to believe that they got all those stuff in play because they've already demonstrated it. They even had a drone factory on the ground in Iran, and I'm talking about the Israelis.
No, the Israelis and the Mossad has been remarkable performance the last week that we've seen because they have this network that's there and in place. But again, coming back to trying to execute an on-the-ground operation, a lot of risk with that.
Right. And with the Nimitz now there, a third aircraft carrier in the region, do you believe the B-2s and B-52s are on board?
Well, the B-2s and the B-52s would be deployed from a land base, and that most likely would be Diego Garcia. But they can also deploy out of the United States and be refueled en route. We did that in past conflicts in the Middle East. The carriers coming in there, the two that'll be in area, that'll be able to sustain a very robust fighter-bomber kind of presence, more short range, but that would be a very intensive kind of response. I would anticipate that so the president has the option if the Iranians are foolish enough to attack U.S. forces.
If it's going to happen, you think it happens this week?
Given time and distance for forces to get in place, if they're waiting for maximum firepower to be on scene, yes, your day is away.
Brent Sadler, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hey.
All right, everybody has been talking about the Crown Prince. So here is an interview with the Crown Prince with Fox. We already showed this like 2 days ago, but because everybody's talking about the Crown Prince, here we go.
And we begin this Sunday morning on day 3 of Israel's war with Iran and Iranian retaliation fired overnight. 10 Israeli civilians killed last night as Iran targeted neighborhoods, and Israel continues its massacre on military infrastructure in Iran and Iran's ability to make a nuclear bomb. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the operation to remove the Iranian threat to Israel will last, quote, as many days as it takes. Earlier, an Israeli official saying Israel had planned a 2-week operation to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities. The Israeli attack beginning before dawn on Friday, when Israel launched waves of strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities and its leadership, taking out the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard and 3 other major generals, along with 9+ scientists working on Iran's primary nuclear sites throughout the country. Israel saying 3 out of 4 of Iran's nuclear facilities have been diminished or destroyed, as Israel struck so far 250 targets and 720 components. A major nuclear facility still exists in Iran underground with enriched uranium. Iran is firing back and has picked up the retaliation overnight and the weekend. First, sending 200 missiles into Israel, killing 3 people on Saturday and then another 10 last night. The Israeli defense minister said yesterday Tehran will burn if it continues to fire missiles at Israel. Here's Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday.
We paved the way to Tehran, and our pilots over the skies of Tehran will deal blows to the Ayatollah regime that they cannot even imagine. And I can tell you this, we have indications that senior leaders in Iran are already packing their bags. They sense what's coming. I'll tell you what would have come if we hadn't acted. We had information that this unscrupulous regime was planning to give the nuclear weapons that they would develop to their terrorist proxies. That's nuclear terrorism on steroids. That would threaten the entire world.
President Trump has been warning Iran to make a deal on its nuclear ambitions and reiterating that Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb now for several months. Back on April 12th, the president gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. Israel attacked Iran on day 61, which was this past Friday. And as far back as March of this year, with President Trump in office for the second time just a month and a half, the president told me directly he sent a letter to the Ayatollah Khomeini trying to achieve a peaceful outcome.
The people of Iran are great people, but they had a tough regime, and they'd meet and they'd be shot in the streets. I mean, it was a tough deal. But I would rather negotiate a deal. I'm not sure that everybody agrees with me, but we can make a deal that would be just as good as if you won militarily. But the time is happening now. The time is coming up. Something's going to happen one way or the other. I hope that Iran, and I've written them a letter saying, I hope you're going to negotiate, because if we have to go in militarily, it's going to be a terrible thing for them.
You wrote a letter to the Khomeini?
Yes.
The leader? When did you send the letter?
Yesterday.
And you said you better negotiate, or we want you to negotiate?
I didn't say you better. I said,
Okay.
I hope you're going to negotiate, because it's going to be a lot better for Iran. And I think they want to get that letter. The other alternative is we have to do something because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
That was on March 9th. Joining me now from an undisclosed location is the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. Your Highness, thank you so much for being here today. What is your reaction to this conflict?
Well, the first thing I need to say here is that my heart goes out to the victims, civilian victims, both in Iran and in Israel, who are unfortunately casualties of this conflict. But one thing is very clear, and I mentioned that last time we spoke, that this is not the Iranian people's war. It is Ali Khamenei's war, and he's solely and ultimately responsible for having brought this to this stage. What angers me further is that he's using my compatriots as a human shield while he's currently hiding in some underground tunnel like a rat. And we have had reports that senior members and officials have already had their families fleeing the country to foreign destinations, perhaps even including some of his own.
You heard Benjamin Netanyahu say that there are leaders that are packing their bags and leaving. Do you believe that this Iranian regime can be toppled?
Absolutely. It's just a matter of time. I believe that for 44 years. It's not a matter of if, but a matter of when. But now we have a tremendous opportunity. Last time we spoke, I mentioned that the regime is at its weakest. As of last 3 days, the regime is 10 times weaker than it was 2 weeks ago. So at this stage, I think the Iranian people obviously realize that the playing field has been more equalized for them to give them finally an opportunity to rise and get rid of this regime. Because we always believe that the ultimate solution to the problem is for this regime to no longer be there. Not at the hand of foreign troops or countries, but at the hand of the Iranian people themselves. The Iranian people are the boots on the ground that we need. What they need, however, is solidarity from the free world to once and for all get rid of the problem, help Iranians overcome this regime, and put an end to all the threats that this regime has been the root cause of for decades now in the region and beyond.
Do you think the rest of the world, the free world, will heed that call and come to the aid of the Iranian people? What would you like to see?
What I like to see is for the world to know that the only way you can have less stress for the economic stability of the world, have less casualties of innocent victims here and there, have an end to all these threats, including the nuclear threat, is to eliminate this regime. The sooner they come to this conclusion, the sooner we'll be rid of the problem and we can all breathe a sigh of relief. The Iranian people are willing to do their part. In fact, they've done this so many times with no help whatsoever. But they're willing to risk life and limb in order to finally overcome. Last night, people on the streets were angry, chanting death to the dictator yet again. They know who the enemy is. The regime has been giving them slogans of death to America and death to Israel for the past 4 decades. And Iranians have been responding, they lie to us when they say it's America. Our enemy is right here, meaning the regime. And fortunately, I see that more and more people, public opinion, media, and foreign governments are finally making a clear distinction between the people of Iran and the regime. And that's key. That tells you right there that the solution is in front of your eyes. The Iranian people are your solution, not negotiating with a regime that cannot be trusted. Case in point, the latest report of the IAEA. They are not to be trusted. And I've said that so many times already.
And you've said also that the Iranian leadership is at its weakest. How would you assess, based on your own knowledge of this, how would you assess the nuclear capabilities today?
Well, it certainly has been tremendously set back. But the whole point here is that how much more time do you want the regime to catch a second breath and come back online? How many times are we going to yet again throw them a lifeline? How many times are we going to allow them, as they were going down in their ability to spend money on their proxies or for repression machineries at home, to get access to more funding that they shouldn't have had? I think this is the perfect time. The G7 are meeting right now in Canada. Why not prescribe the IRGC, which is the element that has been the root cause of repression at home and terrorism abroad, as part of the kind of pressure that the world can bring? And at the same time have the parallel track, you and I have spoken about this many times already, a parallel process of maximum support. Some people have already been talking about internet interruptions in Iran that the regime has always tried to use as a tactic to make people have more difficulties communicating. Starlink and Elon Musk are trying to do their part. We need much more of that. This is how, in fact, they can help the Iranian people have a better chance to succeed, and their success will be in your own interest at the end of the day.
Your Highness, Iran is apparently reaching out to several countries right now, trying to get a message to Israel to stop and put in some kind of a ceasefire. According to Israeli officials, Iranian leaders are sending messages to Israel through Italy, Azerbaijan, Cyprus. They may be using Qatar and Oman to relay signals to the United States. What is your message to those countries?
I think, again, if the fundamental argument is that the source and the root cause of all the problems and all the threats is directly linked to the survivability or the continued survival of this regime this far, the quickest way to eliminate all these problems is to put an end to this regime. If out of desperation they're begging for yet again another life insurance, I think, they had plenty of opportunity to come clean. And they haven't. And the minute they get a chance, they will go back to their old tricks. They're only trying to buy time. This is a pattern that has been many, many times observed by this regime. Every time their back is to the wall, they try to come across as, okay, now we are willing to consider it. But the minute they get a chance, they go back to their old ways, which is why I'm saying it is not a reliable formula. You will always be in anxiety of how far can we rely on this, how far the negotiation could succeed if they were to resume. And at the end of the day, you still have the same problem in place, because let's say, for the sake of argument, and we talked about this before already, let's say there is a deal on the nuclear issue. What about terrorism? What about funding of the proxies? What about radicalization? What about all the other aspects that this regime has been involved with? What about their funding of radical groups in Europe and in the United States on university campuses, fomenting all this kind of anti-Semitic rhetoric and whatever we have seen? This is Ali Khamenei's regime yet again. The Iranian people, on the other hand, want to have cordial relationship with our neighbors, whether it's the Israelis or the Saudis or the rest of the Persian Gulf in our neighborhood, because unlike this regime that survive on warmongering and celebrate martyrdom, we want to celebrate peace and brotherhood and life. And that's the difference. Invest on the Iranian people. After 46 years of trying the other way around, give the Iranian people this time a chance to put an end to all the problems. To free themselves, which is my mission in life, to it, but we need the world to understand that which side of history would they be standing on this time.
Your Highness, you wanted to give the people a message in Farsi.
Thank you so much, Maria. همیهنان عزیز، فرصت غنیمت هست که در حال حاضر با عقب نشینی نظام و تضعیف خیلی بیشتر از هر زمانی یک فرصت استثنایی هست که بالاخره کار رو به دست خودتون بگیرید و نبرد نهایی رو پیگیری بکنید. هرچی بیشتر متحد باشید، هرچی بیشتر فعال باشید، هرچی بیشتر در خیابان‌ها باشید، مطمئن باشید که ریزش‌ها هم بیشتر به سمت شما انجام خواهد شد.
Your Royal Highness, thank you so much for being here. And
those the Crown Friends. Back to today's news.
And we are just getting this in and want to bring it to you. It is the president's latest Truth Social. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. We have complete control. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff, he says. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. From the President of the United States moments ago. All eyes are on him in the White House right now and what the next moves in the conflict will be as it's starting to escalate again and again in the Middle East. New video showing a series of Israeli airstrikes across western Iran. And perhaps that's exactly what President Trump was talking about, controlling that airspace. Those Israeli strikes have taken out dozens of missile launch sites and radars that are spread across the western region there. This is outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-hosts Kayleigh McEnany and Emily Compagno. Also joining us today, Molly Hemingway, Fox News contributor, and Griff Jenkins, Fox News national correspondent. First, though, let's go to senior correspondent Mike Tobin, who is in Tel Aviv for the latest there. Mike, just reading that Truth Social from the president talking about that control in the skies now over Iran and those particular areas that we've been watching.
And what he's talking about is the fact that the Israeli fighter jets have been able to do what they want in Iranian airspace. They've been busy over western Iran today. Israel says that they took out dozens of surface-to-surface missiles. Those are the kind of things that Iran has been firing here in the direction of Tel Aviv and greater Israel. They also claim that they have taken out surface-to-air missiles and radar installations. The Israelis, in line with what President Trump is saying, have said that they have degraded the Iranian air defense to such an extent that they have air superiority, meaning they can do whatever they want in Iranian airspace. And Israel's defense minister says more significant targets in Iran will be struck today, and maybe we'll learn about those in the coming hours. He also warned the Grand Ayatollah Ali Khamenei that if he continues to fire missiles at Israel, he could very well meet the same fate as Saddam Hussein.
I warn the Iranian dictator from continuing to commit war crimes, firing missiles at Israeli citizens. He should remember what happened to the dictator in the country neighboring Iran, who took this path against the state of Israel.
Now, with the strikes, an exodus formed up and created a massive traffic jam coming out of Tehran. Lines also formed up at gas stations. And this was before President Trump posted on Truth Social that the people in Tehran need to evacuate. Iran continues to fire missiles at Israel. But what we're seeing, at least today, is that the size and intensity of those attacks have decreased dramatically. That attack just a little over an hour ago may have involved as few as 2 Iranian missiles. The IDF says they shot one of those down. Earlier this morning, we saw an attack involving some 20 Iranian missiles. 4 of those got through and hit just north of Tel Aviv, resulting in no injuries. But you compare that to previous days in which hundreds of missiles and drones were fired at Israel. Harris?
Mike, you may know the name Yadlin. He is the former Israeli intelligence head for the military in Israel. And what General Yadlin told me last hour was that, yes, they have dramatically, decreased the number of missiles coming in. They're looking for some help. It could come in the form of a friend. We don't know. He said they could just be resetting at this point, so they're keeping all eyes to the sky. They're acting like, this is the conflict that it is.
Well, certainly. But all we can go on right now is what we're seeing. We saw those massive missile barrages coming in previous days, and the numbers are dramatically down today, resulting in no injuries. And in fact, what an Israeli military official told me earlier today is that the attacks just haven't been impactful.
All right. Well, thank goodness for that. Mike Tobin, thank you very much. The president is back in the United States after cutting short his appearance at the G7 summit in Canada. President Trump has told Iran to tread carefully and not to lay a finger on U.S. troops or innocent civilians in the Middle East. He also doubled down on his belief that a nuclear Iran needs to remain off the table. Trump posted this on Truth Social. We started here. Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame and waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Meanwhile, more than 300,000 people have been warned to evacuate the capital city of Iran. As Israel's Operation Rising Lion only intensifies at this point, videos showing long lines of cars fleeing the city, and we know that gas stations were bumper to bumper as people were trying to fuel up. Trump told reporters that he wants peace and he wants the bloodshed on both sides to cease.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. I think like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely. Is that okay too?
Are you close there? Is
Molly, your reaction?
Well, it's been such a dramatic, interesting couple of days here. But I think one thing that was interesting was that President Trump reminded people, he said repeatedly, Iran cannot be trusted to have nuclear weapons capabilities. He has not been ambiguous about it. He said it over and over again. And I think people are pretty happy with how things are going thus far. They're also understandably worried about this becoming yet another regime change war in the Middle East, which nobody voted for. But it's why it's good to hear what the president has to say. And he seems to be, he's earned a bit of credibility because of how he's handled so many conflicts in the past. And so I think that's why so many Americans are feeling okay about it thus
And
far.
to the point that you're making, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, posted this just a very few minutes ago. It's a lengthy post, and Griff, I'll just drill down on it. That decision, what you're talking about, whether or not we would get involved with Israel, ultimately belongs to the president. And, of course, people are right to be worried about foreign engagement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy. But I believe the president has earned some of the trust on this issue, just what you were saying, credibility. But I believe the president has earned that. And having seen this up close and personal, I can assure you that he is only interested in using the American military to accomplish American people's goals. Whatever he does, that is his focus. Griff.
Yeah, and that last point, I think, is really important because while we're hearing in the Israeli media that regime change may be on the table, obviously the Ayatollah is thinking, well, wait a minute, if it's existential for my future, then maybe I've got to get to the negotiating table and do a deal. But President Trump, the tell is where Molly puts it. No matter what, Iran can't have a nuke. And we know in that one site, Fordo, where they have uranium under a mountain, there's only one weapon that can do it. It's a massive ordnance penetrator, the GBU-57. It's a 30,000-pound bomb that could take that out. The Israelis don't have it, and they don't have the planes that can fly it. Only B-2 bombers can fly that and carry a bomb that big. And so that would mean American pilots flying American planes with American bombs. That's the stakes in what I think Politico is right. This is a moment of truth for President Trump. Ultimately, I think the president wants to see simply Iran without a nuke and some peace come. But the fact that we now know through Mike's great reporting that Israel has air superiority over Iran, it's really boxed Khamenei in to really make some tough decisions.
Yeah, and the president putting that out on his Truth Social as we were coming to air, too, that they've got that air superiority. Kayleigh, you've been with this president in his first term when he was making decisively moves and military in mind. What do you make of the moment that we're in right now?
We're in a moment where very big decisions are afoot. You can read that in his tweets that you just displayed. Big, world-changing, life-changing, once-in-a-generation decisions are being made in the Situation Room as we speak. And I think it's very important to say that America first does not mean let's be Neville Chamberlain. America first sometimes means acting with strength on behalf of American interest. And when you look at what we've gotten in talking to Iran, not for 60 days, we've talked to Iran for nearly 5 decades, nearly half a century.
Right.
Guess what that has gotten us? Talking to Iran has gotten us American hostages, some of whom have been killed. Talking to Iran got us 609 dead American troops at the hands of Iranian proxies in Iraq. Talking to Iran got chance of death to America. Talking to Iran got an assassination threat against President Trump. Trump doesn't talk. He's a man of action. Biden talks. Biden says don't. And what did don't get us? It got us 2 global wars, and it got us the fall of a country. President Trump, who I had the pleasure of seeing make these decisions in real time, acted. He killed Soleimani. People said that was audacious. He killed al-Baghdadi. He went into Syria when it necessitated it, and they used chemical weapons. He is a man of action. He has earned the trust of the American people. Millions of people are behind him, and it may mean acting to take out that Fordo nuclear site. And he has earned the trust of the American people, as J.D. Vance underscored.
So you and Molly making this point. Yeah. Trust and credibility, President
Haley's actually pregnant. Wow.
Trump has on this issue. Emily.
Yeah, and interestingly, there's a group of voices right now, especially among the conservative party, that's highlighting the fact that this president campaigned on peace. And they say, well, this would be anything but, right? All of these other prior wars started easily, but then they ended up being endless? And is this what's going to happen now? But the president has himself made the point that you just did, Kayleigh, which is inaction does not necessarily mean protecting and prioritizing American interests. And sometimes the way to preserve peace through strength is to take some action that will then protect as an investment American interests and our allied interests. And it's like Mark Levin said earlier, right? Isolationism is not the right thing to do because that allows them to continue festering. And I know Michael Oren, the Israeli former ambassador to the United States, he said the opportunity right now for President Trump to be the peacemaker of the century, he said, was profound. He said up until now, presidents, U.S. presidents and more have tried to curb Iran's nuclear capability. Here, finally, we have a commander-in-chief who will not only curb but eradicate their nuclear potentials. And he said up until now, people talk euphemistically about Iran's malign behavior, right? They are the world's foremost state sponsor of terrorism. When will this end but for the potential we have now? And I think it bears worth repeating as well. The sovereignty of the neighboring countries, their silence right now, many who have been up until now anti-Israel and anti-Semitic that are now quiet because they are relieved and they are hopeful at the potential for Iran to not only have their nuclear program ended, but for potentially the failure of the Islamic Republic, supported by Iran's youth and more. That would be, again, the peacemaking deal of the century. And I think
it's also true, though, I think it needs to be reminded that these things can quickly spiral out of control.
That's right.
And regime change is incredibly destabilizing. A regime change in Iran would make Iraq and Afghanistan look like a cakewalk. And the American people are not getting over that, and they do not want to get embroiled. And so you have to be cautious and prudent as well.
You know, as you bring that up, I appreciate VP Vance's social media and the president so much more just giving us an inside view of this, because mission creep is what you're talking about. We go in with one indication of mission and then we just creep our way away from it for years, and the American public will say no to that.
Can I just add one last thing, and that is Kayleigh was talking about Biden. You know, take stock. It was June of last year that President Biden was at the G7 in Italy and he wandered off into a field. Now we have President Trump, who is leaving the G7 early with the weight of the world and the safety and security of the world.
He wandered into a forest. His folks. Okay. Fetterman is definitely getting the boot from Democrat. He may be independent.
Let's bring in Democratic Senator John Fetterman out of Pennsylvania, member of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee. And Senator, thank you for your time. Thanks for coming on here today.
Oh, great to be here.
Okay, you responded yes to the following question when Benjamin Netanyahu was asked yesterday on ABC about the Supreme Leader. Go ahead and roll this for me.
I'm not going to get into the details, but we've targeted their top nuclear scientists. It's basically Hitler's nuclear team.
Pretty much said go for it. And today in the Wall Street Journal, you've got this from Mark Penn and Andrew Stein. They write, Trump does Jews another mitzvah. His support for Israel against Iran builds on tough actions against campus anti-Semitism. There's a lot covered in there, but I read that this morning and I thought you could have had a byline on that piece, the way you have been so hawkish with Israel's position right now. You say show no mercy, and if you have to take the Supreme Leader out, do it. Explain your position now, sir.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think they should have targeted him. Absolutely, taken him out. I think the way Israel operates, they just take out the leadership, just like they did with Hezbollah, and they've already done that with the Iranian leadership. Just took them out, even laying in their beds, and they didn't take down the whole building. They actually targeted where they lay in bed, and now they eliminated the military ones and the nuclear ones. That's magnificent, and the precision which they've done that. And I don't know why they would have left the leader out.
What comes after that if that reality were to take place, Senator?
Well, I think the reality is that you have a nation that just is in a position where they have to be held accountable for what they've done. They are the ones that built and created the proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah and put our whole region in this kinds of chaos. And now they clearly have nuclear ambitions. And now I think it's entirely, I'm not sure if I might have been the only one constantly calling them to just take this facility out and to use the B-2 and those gigantic bunker blockbuster ones, and partner up with Israel, what they've done.
Well, all your Democratic colleagues are not on board with you. And Bernie Sanders is pushing for resolution right now. He writes this. He says, Netanyahu's reckless and illegal attacks violate international law and risk igniting a regional war. Congress must make it clear that the United States will not be dragged into Netanyahu's war of choice. And we have talked, we can put the quote on screen here. We've talked about the B-2 bombers. That does not mean boots on the ground. But just that line about reckless and illegal attacks, what do you think about that? And do you consider yourself far from the Democratic norm in your party?
Well, I mean, I'm going to vote that down. I've got in a habit of voting some of his kinds of votes down. Of course, I'm always going to stand with Israel through this. Now, if I'm an outlier in Democratic, I mean, I guess perhaps I'm unapologetically very pro-Israel. And now here, it's what's true is that Iran has nuclear ambitions, 100%. And now we can't ever allow them to acquire a bomb. And now what's also true is that they have created the proxies. They have Hamas and Hezbollah, so now let's hold them accountable for this. And again, we absolutely magnificent what Israel has done since Saturday when this launched as well. Done with such precision and lethality, and we want to support that. Now, I think we absolutely got to follow them into this and take out the nuclear facilities, because it might not even a true path for real peace in the region. Now, because now taking out Iran at this point, that's necessary if you ever have a chance to have any real peace in the Middle East.
When you consider how far the U.S. should be aligned militarily with Israel in this operation, the Israelis might be able to do it on their own. But if they can't, how far and how close should the U.S. go and be with them?
Well, I think it's a great start with the 30,000-pound bunker busters. And I just keep dropping them until you can actually confirm what exactly happened to them. We have the tools, and Israel and the world has the need to finally take this out, and we can't ever have Iran acquire a nuclear weapon. And now what Israel has already done, it's demonstrated that Iran really lacks any kinds of real military capabilities. And now we absolutely have to finish it out and now figure out where this goes. After this, possibly there could be some unintended consequences. But for me, what's most important to stop Iran and their nuclear weapons, but also now after Iran has been broken and humiliated on the world stage after what Israel has done, now we have to just, again, finish it out. And I think America absolutely has to have their back through this.
Okay, by extension, I just want to play this piece of video from over the weekend. There were these No Kings rallies all over the country, thousands of them. And this was at the event in Philadelphia when your name was mentioned. Watch here.
Now, this is not a rally for one party. We've got Democrats here today. We've got Republicans and independents here today. We're looking to the leaders who will fight for us, because even today there are folks among the Democratic Party who think we should roll over and play dead. Anyone seen John Fetterman here today?
So, sir, on the same day on Saturday, you sent this out on X. You said the parade is comprised, the U.S. Army parade in Washington. It's comprised of our sons, daughters, mothers, and fathers, the very best of us, regardless of your politics. It's appropriate to celebrate the 250 years of sacrifice, dedication, and service. What did you think of the boos in Philadelphia?
Well, I think two things can be true. I think absolutely my unapologetically supportive of Israel and a secure border and refuse to vote to shut the government down. I have absolutely. I've taken a hit from the base. I'm not sure why Democrats would boo a fellow Democrat, but that's their prerogative now. And now with that military parade. Again, there was no goose stepping. Now, first of all, let's say stop ever comparing anything to the Nazis and those kinds of things. That's crazy. And now remember, that's our soldiers. That's, this is not an occupying force. This is a 250, anniversary for the Army. Why? I'm not sure why it's outrageous to have a parade to celebrate the Army. Now, look at that video that's on the screen now. That's not, like some kind of anything extreme. It's celebrating, a quarter of a millennia about the American army. It's like, I don't understand why that's controversial.
One last question, if I could. The president's trying to get ICE to step up deportations, and he specifically named blue-leaning Democratic cities, of which Philadelphia and Pittsburgh were not named, but maybe they could be. Would you support the deportation on behalf of ICE and illegals who live in cities that you represent?
Well, let's talk about what I support. I absolutely support it, and I was the leading co-sponsor of the Lakin bill. So absolutely target the criminals, that are here illegally and deport them. I voted for that. I think that's what we should have. No one here should be here illegally if they have a criminal record or engaging in criminal behavior. Actually deport them, and now I think they've also realized don't target actually otherwise hardworking migrants, whether now working in agriculture or working at the hotel industry and there. Two things must be true. Absolutely. Round up all of the criminals and deport them, but not target otherwise law-following migrants that are a very critical part of our immigration. I mean, both those two must be true, and because I think the vast majorities, the Americans want that.
Senator, thank you for your time. John Fetterman, Democrat from Pennsylvania.
John Fetterman. Most people are saying he may become a Republican pretty soon. I mean, who knows? Who knows, yo? Things are moving so fast. Who knows? All right, Lindsey Graham of South Carolina.
Is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator, you were praising the president for his patience and seeking peace and going back to the table and back to the table. Yeah. You can't say that he didn't try to give them an opportunity, knowing what the eventual outcome was going to be. And, he said, I told them it's a shame. It's a waste of human life. They can't have a nuclear weapon. And everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. How do you interpret that, sir?
Well, I take President at his word. He gave Iran 60 days to do a deal. On the 61st day, we are where we are. There's two ways to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. One is diplomacy. The other is force. I think the headline tonight is we're moving into the land of force. I think Iran has allowed themselves to be fooled into thinking they could manipulate Trump. Same old tactics with the wrong guy when it comes to Trump. To all those who voted for President Trump and got him in office, God bless you. He's the right guy at the right time. These are dangerous times. Why do we say no nuclear weapon for Iran? They're a religious theocracy. They're built around an extreme version of Islam. They want to destroy Saudi Arabia and the Sunni branch of Islam. They want to kill all the Jews in Israel and come after us. That's what their whole country is built upon, a theocratic view that there's nobody else in the world but them when it comes to worshiping God. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. Israel believes that. I believe that. So here's the task at hand. Be all in, President Trump, in helping Israel eliminate the nuclear threat. If we need to provide bombs to Israel, provide bombs. If we need to fly planes with Israel, do joint operations. But here's the bigger question. Wouldn't the world be better off if the Ayatollahs went away and replaced by something better? Wouldn't Iran be better off? Tom Cotton is coming on. He made a great observation. The endless war is Iran. Since 1979, they've been attacking the entire region, chanting death to America, death to Israel since their very founding. It's time to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen. Let's close that chapter soon and start a new chapter in the Mideast, one of tolerance, hope, and peace.
But the Trump doctrine seems to be very clear tonight, Senator, and that is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, number one, and I agree with that. And number two, I agree with the president, too, that this is not going to be a forever war. Because Israel now owns the skies over the entire country of Iran, they're basically at the mercy now of the Israelis at this point. Once the nuclear threat is removed, then the Israelis will have the opportunity to wipe out their entire gas-driven electric grid. then they'll also have the opportunity to take away any ability to make money, which would be to wipe out their refineries. It's a matter of whether or not they want to survive as a country. That seems to be their choice tonight. Keeping nuclear weapons does not seem to be on the table any longer.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've gone from negotiating an end to their nuclear program to ending it by force and hopefully beyond. Just think what happened when the Soviet Union collapsed. Ronald Reagan stood up and said, there's an evil empire on the other side of the Berlin Wall. Donald Trump has been a man of peace. He pursues peace for Russia, Ukraine. He tried to get a deal with the Ayatollah, and they miscalculated President Trump. So we got a chance now to close the chapter on the largest state sponsor of terrorism in modern history. We got a chance to end the threat to the state of Israel forever by replacing this regime with something better. And I do believe the biggest winner of the Ayatollah leaving would be the Iranian people. So pray for our troops in harm's way. There are risks associated with any operation. They join the military to keep their country safe and to make the world a better place. And taking on the Ayatollah does both. To our friends in Israel, we have your back. We're praying for success. You've tolerated too much too long into the world. You have normalized trying to kill the Jews. When Israel's attacked, nobody says a word about it. If France were attacked, what would the French do? What would we do? So the days of expecting Israel to sit on the sidelines and not go to the heart of the beast are over. Take this regime down, make the world a better place.
Well, they took them.
There you have it. Senator Lindsey Graham is saying, you know what? Take it to the beast.
Selves down.
Okay.
Donald Trump, I mean, God bless him. He's given them every opportunity. Look what he was able to pull off with India and Pakistan as that situation was heating up. Pretty remarkable as well. Senator Graham, we appreciate.
All right, this is the OG on Air Force One. Here we go. The interview.
It's going well. Did everybody have a good time? How about you? I did. I always have a good time.
I always have a good time.
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
We're looking at better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel. Nice guy. But he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
You're looking to get into this more. You're not going to involve the U.S. in this conflict at this stage. You're going to do anything more for Israel right now?
We're doing pretty well. Right now, we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
Is there any new concern about U.S. troops or assets in the region at all today?
We have great people. They know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better, what specifically do you mean?
So hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard, then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Are you sending the vice?
But our troops are ready.
Do you want to send the vice president and Steve Witkoff? There's reports that you want to send the vice president and Steve Witkoff to meet with the Iranians and have discussions. Is that something you're considering?
Not sure yet. I may. Depends on what happens when I get back.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Yeah. Or giving up entirely. That's okay too.
Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24, 48 hours?
It's certainly possible. A complete give up. That's possible, yeah.
Has the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Secretary of Defense drawn up plans for you if Iran were to attack U.S. bases or do any damage to U.S. bases?
I just can't tell you.
Can I ask you, because there's been some skepticism, is there any guarantee that if the U.S. did get involved militarily, that a U.S. bomb could destroy Iran's nuclear program and facilities?
Everything or anything or life, you know that. Look at you, right? There's no guarantee. But you're saying a guarantee on what?
Do you think say the U.S. got involved militarily, it would actually wipe out Iran's nuclear program? Or where's your assessment of that?
I hope their program's going to be wiped out long before that. But they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
And you're hearing from BBs. Do you have any reason to believe the Israelis are going to slow down, or are they going to hit the accelerator right now because they've got superiority?
Over the next 2 days, right? You're going to find out.
Has the Gang of Eight?
Nobody's slowed up so far.
Has the Gang of Eight been notified about what's coming in the next couple days?
We'll be talking to them. But
what can you do?
It's not necessary.
What can you do in Washington that you couldn't do in Canada?
Just be a little bit, I think, more well-versed. Not having to use telephones so much, because I don't believe in telephones. Because people like you listen to them, you know. So being on the scene is much better. And we did everything I had to do in the G7. We had a good G7. We signed the deal with the European Union, phase one of a deal. But we signed the deal with the UK. And the UK is really great. We're very far down the line with a lot of deals. I mean, look, we're actually finished with every deal if you really think about it, because all I have to do is say this is what you're going to pay. But it's nice to be nice.
Did Secretary Bessent stay behind as your representative? Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, a couple of people.
Can I ask you where?
Here we go. Who else has a question other than CNN?
Mr. President.
Oh my God.
Mr. President, you talked with the European Union. Can you tell us what the status is on talks on those you signed with the UK today?
I don't feel that they're offering a fair deal yet. You know, they've been very tough over the years. If you look at European Union, they formed in order to hurt the United States on trade. And we're either going to make a good deal or they'll just pay whatever we say they have to pay.
What about the Japanese? So you met briefly with Prime Minister Shiba?
Great conversation. I thought he was terrific, actually. You know, I was very friendly with Shinzo Abe, Prime Minister. He was a great man. But I think he's going to do a very good job.
You think you have a chance of a deal there?
Chance. They're tough. Japanese are tough. But ultimately, you have to understand, we're just going to send a letter and say this is what you're going to pay. Otherwise, you don't have to do business with us. But there's a chance of a deal.
They want changes to the auto tariffs as well. Is that on the table?
See what happens. Anything else?
And it's a drone attack in Kyiv. What's your response to that? It looks like 14 or so, a Russian drone attack in Kyiv. Very recently. It seems 14 civilians at an apartment building.
Back to Steve. Sounds like it. I'll have to look at it.
Joint statement on the Middle East. What changed about that convinced you to sign on to it? The G7 joint statement.
Well, I haven't seen the statement yet, but I authorized them to say certain things. I don't know whether or not they said them correctly, but I think they probably did. We had a good meeting. I think that Canadian representatives were very good. He did a very good job.
How are the trade? How was your meeting with him? How are the trade talks looking with the Canadians?
I think we had a lot of good talks with a lot of people.
You said he's looking for something more complex. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
They get too complex on the deals and they never get done. And we need speed. You know, we're dealing with really, if you think about it, probably 175 countries. And most of them are going to just be sent a letter saying, it'll be an honor to trade with you, and here's what you're going to have to pay to do it. We're making a lot of money. You know, we took in $88 billion in tariffs, and I was called by Congress about 2 nights ago saying, we don't understand, the numbers are so far off. And I said, is that good or bad? He says, well, we're taking in so much more income than we thought. We've never seen anything like this. What is it? I said, check the tariff column. And it's about $88 billion that they've never seen before. And that's nothing compared to what it's going to be.
You've got other tariffs coming down the pipe here. What's the timing on those? Things like lumber, copper, pharmaceutical drugs.
Yeah, we're going to be doing pharmaceuticals very soon. That's going to bring all the companies back into America.
All of them, or focusing on research time?
Back in. At least partially back in. You know, they left us because we had presidents that didn't know what the hell they were doing. We should have never lost our car business. We lost 52% of our car business over the years. We should have never lost it. All they had to do is say, if you make a car, you're going to leave us, you're going to make a car, you're going to pay a 25-30% tariff, and they would have never left. Nobody said that to anybody until I came along.
Homeland Security is saying that ICE is going to start enforcing in hotels and
and farms again. Is that a change of course from last week?
We're going to look everywhere, but I think the biggest problem is the inner cities. We're looking everywhere. Look, what they let into this country, what Biden let in or allowed to. I don't think he knew what the hell he was doing, frankly, but whoever worked for him. What they let into this country, we're never going to forget it. They let prisoners in, they let gang members in, drug dealers in, the mentally insane into our country. No, we're going to get them out. There are far more in the inner cities, Democrat-run cities, sadly. I mean, I'm just giving you, there's far more in there than you have on a farm or someplace.
So no one's getting exemptions anymore. Everyone is
being looked at, but the bigger problem is the cities right now. That's where you have, and that tends to be where the really bad ones are. The murderers, you know, they've let in 11,888 murderers, people that killed people. Biden allowed that to happen, so the Democrats allowed it to happen. Biden didn't know he was even around. Yeah.
Question on your Senate confirmations. With all the military actions, there are only 3 of your 6 sub-cabinet members at the Defense Department.
I'd like to see the nominations go faster. The Democrats hold up our nominations.
Are you going to talk to Senator Thune about that?
John Thune's doing a very good job. You know, I've got a lot of people in, but he's doing a very good job. The Democrats, if we had George Washington up for approval, the Democrats would take maximum time, every hour, every minute, to delay him as long as possible. If we had a combination of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, they would go max. It's called max time.
So you've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon. But how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having one.
I got one on. You were at this beautiful scene for the meeting, and you said a lot about acquiring Canada as a state. Did anybody talk to you about that? And where are you now?
Much better deal from Canada, but you know, it's up to them. You know, they're going to have to pay a lot of tariffs and things. They're going to have to pay a lot of money for the dome, for the Iron Dome. They want to be a part of it. We may make a separate deal on that, by the way. We discussed that, yeah, for the dome. That may be a separate deal. They want to be at $71 billion. They're going to pay.
There could be a dome thing separate from the tariff.
They'll be in the dome. Yeah, they'll be under the dome.
And are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate now.
Do you think you'll be in the Situation Room tomorrow at any point?
Yeah. Tomorrow morning, girl, while you're sleeping. Goodbye, everybody.
Why did you tell people to evacuate Tehran? You know, you posted evacuate.
Yeah, I think it's safer. There's a lot of bad things happening there. No, I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
On Minnesota, there were a lot of horrific details that came out today about the suspect who's been charged there. Have you called the governor yet or been able to speak to any of them?
I don't really call him. He appointed this guy to a position. I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out. I'm not calling him. Why would I call him? I could call him and say, hi, how you doing? The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. So, you know, I could be nice and call him, but why waste time?
On the big, beautiful bill, sir, can you talk about what the Senate...
Well, with the big...
I've been looking in the Senate. They proposed some change.
Beautiful bill, right?
Are you okay with their changes?
I hear so far it's going well.
Are you going to extend
Look, if it doesn't get approved, 68% tax increase, and I think the Democrats would have to, you know, they'd be... Because we won't get Democrat support. Think of it. We're giving the biggest tax cut in history. Instead, you have the biggest tax increase in history, 68%.
Are you going to extend the TikTok deadline again? It's coming up in June.
Probably have to get China approval. I think we'll get it.
You have the legal basis to do that?
I think President Xi will ultimately approve it.
And you have the legal basis to do that, to keep extending it?
Yeah, we do.
2 more on Iran. Is there any sign that North Korea is getting more involved in helping Iran, or is Russia getting more involved with military assistance?
No, I don't think anybody wants to get involved. It's a mess.
What about American citizens, U.S. citizens who are trying to leave the area with the airport shut down, Ben Gurion shut down?
We're doing the best we can with it. We're working on that. We're doing the best we can. Thank you, everybody, very much. Have a good time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you very much. We all know the great Prime Minister of the UK, and we just signed a document. This is, sorry about that. This is it.
A very important document.
Little windy out here. Give me that one. We just signed it, and it's done. And so we have our trade agreement with the European Union, and it's a fair deal for both. Going to produce a lot of jobs, a lot of income, and we have many other ones coming. But you see the level of enthusiasm is very good. But the relationship that we have is fantastic. So I just want to congratulate you.
But Donald, thank you very much. This now implements on car tariffs and aerospace, our really important agreement. And so this is a very good day for both of our countries, a real sign of strength. So thank you again, Donald. A really important day for both of us.
Great people, great people.
Has anything changed in the agreement since you spoke on the phone from the Oval Office?
Not much.
Nope.
Not much.
This is implementing.
Can I ask you a question, please? G7 leaders are calling for de-escalation in Israel and Iran, but you are the key to unlocking that.
That's right. And here I am.
And here you are.
Yeah.
So can I ask you, sir, have you spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu? When might you speak to him?
I've spoken to everybody.
What will you say?
Israel is doing very well, as you probably noticed, and I gave Iran 60 days, and they said no, and the 61st you saw what happened. Day 61. So I'm in constant touch, and as I've been saying, I think a deal will be signed, or something will happen, but a deal will be signed. And I think Iran is foolish not to sign one.
Mr. President, Iran is accusing Netanyahu of attacking them to deliberately derail your nuclear plan. What do you say to that? Do you think that's true?
No. Look, Iran should have signed the deal.
If it would help bring Iran to the negotiating table, would you guarantee that the U.S. would not get involved militarily?
Well, I think Iran basically is at the negotiating table. They want to make a deal. And as soon as I leave here, we're going to be doing something. But I have to leave here. I have, this commitment. I have a lot of commitments. I have a commitment to a lot of countries, including the UK, where we just signed our deal.
Mr. President, where are you settling on steel tariffs with respect to the UK? Are those going to zero, or are they staying?
We're gonna let you have that information in a little while.
Russia-Ukraine talks, sir, on U.S.-Russia talks. When will they restart?
They're starting already.
Mr. President, do you agree to the European push to apply more sanctions on Russia? Does the US support that?
Well, Europe is saying that, but they haven't done it yet. Let's see them do it first.
You told me earlier that you could sanction Russia. Why wait? Why wait to sanction them?
Because I'm waiting to see whether or not a deal is signed.
Can you guarantee the UK won't be subject?
And don't forget, sanctions cost us a lot of money. When I sanction a country, that costs the U.S. a lot of money, a tremendous amount of money. It's not just let's sign a document. You're talking about billions and billions of dollars. Sanctions are not that easy. It's not just a one-way street.
Mr. President, on AUKUS, the submarine agreement, is that still proceeding? You've initiated a sort of review of that.
Yep, we're proceeding with that. It's a really important deal to both of us. I think the President is doing a review. We did a review when we came into government, so that makes good sense to me. But it's a really important...
We're very long-time partners and allies and friends, and we become friends in a short period of time. He's slightly more liberal than I am, to put it mildly.
We stand slightly on the left.
But for some reason we get along.
We make it work.
On Russia. There are quite a few British voters who worry side more with the Russians over the Ukraine war. Can you reassure them?
No. I just, what I side on? Saving lives. I only care about saving lives. We have nothing to do with it except that Biden stupidly let us get into that mess and gave him $350 billion. $350 billion. And yet, despite that, you saw how we did in the Middle East. We took in $5.1 trillion. We have $15 trillion almost, looking around that number, going to be invested in the U.S. So the money is not the thing in this case. It's 5,000 young people are being killed every week in Russia, Ukraine. And if I can stop that, I'll be very happy. They're Ukrainian and they're Russian. So you could say, what am I doing? But I'd like to see if I could stop it.
Would you consider going
that Israel can fully eliminate the threat that Iran poses, this nuclear threat that they pose, without the United States?
Who said that?
No, I'm asking if you believe they can.
Well, it doesn't. It's irrelevant. Something's going to happen.
Mr. President, would you consider traveling to the Mideast as part of any talks if it would help broker a deal?
Yeah, but I think we're doing pretty well. We're talking. We have a thing called a telephone, so we're talking. But it's always better to talk in person.
Mr. President, do you want to see regime change in Iran?
I want to see no nuclear weapon in Iran, and we're well on our way to making sure that happens.
And we've had a discussion about that this morning. There's in the G7 absolute clarity in relation to the nuclear program. We do not want to see it.
Mr. President,
do you have a response?
What?
Can you guarantee the UK will be protected from any tariffs?
The UK is very well protected. You know why? Because I like them. That's why. That's their ultimate protection. Thank you very much. The Prime Minister's done a great job. I want to just tell that to the people of the United Kingdom. He's done a very, very good job. You know, he's done what other people, they've been talking about this deal for 6 years, right?
6 years.
And he's done what they haven't been able to do. So he's done really a very good job.
What was your response to Tucker Carlson criticizing you, saying that you were complicit in the war?
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen. Thank you.
Uh-oh. That was a shade to Tucker Carlson. But, of course, like I always say, everybody has their opinions. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, they do not support what is going on between Israel and Iran. And most importantly, they do not support the United States getting involved. But it is what it is. Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, they can have their own opinions. And we shouldn't sort of kind of hate them for it. You know, people hate people for their opinions. It's just an opinion. Move on with your life. Okay. I don't agree with so many things people do, but that doesn't mean I hate them. You know, people just, when it comes to politics, people just take these things way too seriously. Of course, I know it's a very important issue and it affects people's lives like in real time, but you shouldn't hate people for their opinion, just like you have an opinion. What makes you think you should have an opinion and others shouldn't have their own opinions as well? So to me, it's like absolutely bizarre to hear when people say, I hate that guy because he changed his mind. People change their minds every single day. Okay. Some people now hate Candace Owens because she doesn't support Trump on this issue. Some people now hate Tucker Carlson because he doesn't support Trump on this issue. And some people say, you know what? Now I hate Trump. Okay. So what does that even mean? But with that being said, also concerning Simon Biles, first of all, you shouldn't hate anybody for their opinions. Okay. Moving forward. Simon Biles tweeted about, well, she put a post on X saying transgender should be involved or should be allowed to play sports or included in sports, in women's sport. To me, that's like, no, I do not support that. However, Simon Biles is the GOAT when it comes to gymnastics, women gymnastics. And of course, she has the right to say her own opinions. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. But just like we have our own opinions, she should have her own opinions as well. I don't like what she said. I don't think that should be allowed, meaning men and women sport. I don't support that. But does that mean I hate Simone Biles now? Absolutely not. Does that mean she should be canceled? Absolutely not. Okay? I don't think she should be canceled. She's done too much good for the gymnastics industry, especially she's represented the United States for many, many years, and she's brought glory, the gold medal, back home to the United States. So now some Americans are saying, you know what, I used to like you before, but now I don't like you anymore. What does that even mean? Because she says she wants men in women's sport or transgender in women's sport. Who cares? Well, I care because my daughter does gymnastics, okay? And I have my own opinions, which is I do not want my 5-year-old She likes gymnastics a lot. She likes gymnastics a lot. So if she decides to do this as a career, I don't want her to be flipping with men, okay? Or transgender women. I don't want that because inherently men are stronger than women. It's just what it is. So you can argue back and forth and whatever you want to say. It is what it is. Okay. That's my opinion. I don't think transgender should be included in women's sport. They should be maybe in future if they decide to, or if they are enough transgender, they can have their own sports or whatever. But look, for now, life is so complicated that people would argue over the smallest things when you could just say, you know what? Okay, move on. But, you know, life is life in every time, man. Every single time. But with that being said, I love you guys. Project love every single time. Project love every single time. Okay? When it comes to economic topics, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. But the United States is the greatest country in the world, first of all. Okay? That's my opinion. You don't have to agree with me, but I believe the United States is the greatest nation on earth. Shout out to everybody for tuning in. God bless y'all. Shout out to our esteemed members. Dr. Luke, God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. The GOAT, God bless you, Dr. Luke. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Ringmaster. Shout out to Sandra. Shout out to the ferocious moderators. C. Shelley, God bless you. God bless you, C. Shelley. Always the first to tune in. For some reason, I don't know how. But C. Shelley's always the first to tune in. God bless you, C. Shelley. Shout out to the Bucket Master. The Bucket Master. Mr. Busky. These days he has been serving, not too many bucket for the liberals' tears, but he's been trying his best. Shout out to the godmother of the channel, Dana. Dana, the godmother of the channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. As always, God bless you. The most beautiful Dana. All right. Who else? Who else we got? Who else we got right here? Shout out to Jet. Jet is probably going to be a moderator soon, but you never know. You just never know. Shout out to Jet as well. God bless you. Yeah, man. Rain, God bless you. Rain promo, God bless you. Who else? Everybody. BB Buster. I was about to say BB Netanyahu, but this is BB Buster. BB Buster. God bless you. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. God is the greatest. Never forget, God is the greatest. Also, shout out to the veterans. Shout out to the military personnel. Shout out to the active members. You guys protect the homeland. Thank you for your service. Without you, we do not have our freedom. God bless you. What else? Shout out to the mothers and shout out to the fathers. Fathers, take care of your kids. I know life is hard. You got to clock in. You got to do the work, overtime, whatever you got to do. You're not getting enough sleep. You're not getting enough sleep. But look, I get it, okay? But you have to take care of your kids, okay? Kids do not ask to come to this world. We chose to bring the kids into this world. So please, even if it's frustrating sometimes, make sure you log in enough hours in taking care of your kids because you could spend your time working and working. One day, you're not going to be able to work anymore. And then you look at your kid and you may see a stranger. You don't want that. So please spend some time with your kids. God is the greatest one more time. And the United States is the greatest country on the face of the earth. I would say that any day, anytime, because the United States has given me so many opportunities, and I am grateful to the United States and the people of the United States. So God bless you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It is your boy Genesis. Shout out to Ice. Yes. Shout out to Ice. And shout out to the Commander-in-Chief, 45th, now the 47th President of the United States. God bless our leaders. We pray for our leaders to make the right decisions. I know sometimes, every time it's hard, definitely, to make decisions on that level. These guys are operating on the highest level. It's not, what am I going to eat for lunch? Or, oh, I want to choose between Taco Bell and Chick-fil-A. Nah, this is decisions that would impact people's life, literally life or death decisions. So please pray for our leaders. And with that being said, it is your boy Genesis, and I am signing out.